Good evening, West Orange. Welcome to our conference meeting agenda. It is Wednesday, October 26, 2016. Madam Clerk.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. A notice of this meeting was emailed to the Star Ledger and the West Orange Chronicle on October 14, 2015. A notice of this meeting was also posted on the bulletin board in the Municipal Building, West Orange, and filed in the office of the Municipal Clerk of the Township of West Orange on October 14, 2015. Councilwoman Casalino?
Present.
Councilman Guarino?
Present.
Councilman Krukowiak?
Present.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Present.
Council President Cirilo?
Present. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We're going to get started with Relay for Life. It's that time of the year again, and we have our friends here in the audience with a presentation on what to expect.
Thank you so much for having us. And it is earlier in the year than normal, but we're getting an early start with Relay for Life this year. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight and also for your participation last year. We had a lot of you come to Relay, and whether it was the event or kickoff in prior years, we're just so grateful for all of your support. I want to start by sharing a little bit about why we Relay and what it is that the American Cancer Society does with the money and how that impacts us locally. One of the biggest things that the American Cancer Society does is something called the National Cancer Information Center. That's a 24/7 800 number that's available to people who have any questions related to cancer. So if you need to speak to someone about local programs and services, if you just spoke to your doctor and need help translating the medical language, they're there for you 24/7, always in English and Spanish, and they can get translators in literally every language. They use a language service so that this program is available to every person 24/7, 365. They also help people get matched to clinical trials, which as a layperson, if you need to do that, it is a near impossible task, but they have a department that's there for that. They have an entire department that's dedicated to helping people work through their insurance issues. It's complicated and it seems to get more so every single year, but they have people that will explain it to you so you know what you're responsible for and you can get the best treatment that you can get. Another program that the American Cancer Society offers is called Road to Recovery. This is a program that takes people to treatment through a network of volunteers, and these are people who would otherwise have no way of getting to their treatment. As I hear locally a lot of people talking about aging in place and things like that, this is a service that allows people to be taken to and from their treatment without having to rely on expensive taxi cabs and things like that. So we're able to get people on time to the treatment that they need without having people need to take off of work or things like that. That's something that we provide very locally. Another program that's offered is called Reach to Recovery. This pairs women of similar experiences through breast cancer who've been out for 5 years or more in remission with someone who's newly diagnosed. So they're able to talk to them about their experience and really be there for them. I've talked to women who've gone through this program, and the mentors who are there, they answer the phone at 3 in the morning, they go to their homes, they are real advocates for them. And we're able to train these volunteers on how to handle these things appropriately. Another program that the American Cancer Society offers, and actually we have it right here at St. Barnabas nearby, it's called Look Good, Feel Better. This is a program that affects the physical aspects of cancer. Going through chemotherapy and radiation has an extraordinary effect on your hair, on your skin, and women who attend this program get kits with makeup, and they show them how to use it in a way that's going to make them feel better. We know if you feel better as you go through treatment, that's going to have impact on your morale and everything else. We also have a free wigs program where if somebody needs a wig at no charge, the American Cancer Society will give them a wig, and that's here. And then one of the biggest programs that the American Cancer Society offers is something called Hope Lodge. There are 32 Hope Lodges across the country, and they're based in cities that have extraordinary cancer care. New York City, Boston, Houston, where there are really great cancer centers. Because if you need to travel to one of those cities for treatment, could you imagine what the hotel costs would be? So through Hope Lodge, both the person receiving treatment and their caregiver can stay at zero charge as long as they need to. The American Cancer Society also has a program through Marriott where people can stay at hotels if they need to travel for treatment. There are 10,000 nights available for free and 10,000 nights available at just $18 a night. I think locally, if someone needed to travel to New York City, what the cost would be for them to stay in New York City while they're going through treatment for a week or two or more. And through Relay for Life, we're able to pay for that. Only through Relay for Life are we able to provide such valuable programs and services, not just nationwide, but specifically here in West Orange. So Relay for Life is a way that we do that. And as a quick refresher, Relay for Life is an overnight team fundraising event where we gather groups of people, usually 8 to 15, and the goal is that at least one person is walking around the track throughout the entire event. Those are sort of the logistics of it, but the really important part of it is that we honor our survivors, we remember those we've lost, and we fight back against cancer. So as I said earlier, this is a lot earlier in the year than we'd normally start talking, but our committee is already underway with the planning, and that's the ask here tonight. We have a real need to grow our event leadership team. These are the volunteers that put on the event, they work year-round, and they do everything that needs to happen to have that wonderful day in May. So if I can, I'd like to pass out, these are our postcards, save the dates for an interest meeting. And what we're really looking for are referrals for people you know that have an interest in fighting cancer and are looking to volunteer. We'd obviously love for all of you to join us as well if you can. But really, this is an opportunity for people to spend a lot of time. As you can see, I dragged my wife here, so it affects a lot of our time, and she has to come around. Or you can spend a little bit of time. And we're really working to grow. We've got a few new interested people this year, but really, we need a lot of help. If we want to keep this event growing in West Orange, we need a lot of people to join us. And there's no act too small when it comes to volunteerism. So we would really appreciate any referrals you have. And if you could join us that night, we'll go into, because I can talk for a long time about Relay, so I won't take up all of your time tonight. But we'll go into detail about what those roles and responsibilities could be and how people can volunteer. We moved to West Orange less than 2 years ago, and we found that by volunteering in something like this, you can really learn a lot about the town, and it's been a great experience, and we hope to be able to share that with a lot of other people, and we look forward to our meeting, and hopefully we'll see you there. Any
Great.
questions?
No, thank you.
Great. All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing all that information. A lot of resources available through the American Cancer Society. And we look forward to this year's Relay for Life. Again, the interest meeting is on November 10th, 2016 at the Cody Arena, 6:30 p.m. on November 10th. Relay for Life interest meeting.
We could put it on the township website.
Yes, can we put that on the township website?
Sure.
It's right here.
Yeah, right on the calendar.
Thank you much, Mr. Sayers. While we wait for Ms. Strink to speak about Operation Hope, I'm going to call Megan Brill. You have a report on the downtown? Is Richard coming? Richard?
The chief is here. Chief Abbott's here.
Hi, everybody. I'm Megan Brill, Director with the Downtown Alliance. I just have a quick update about, I guess, our fall-winter activities that are going to be happening downtown and throughout the whole town. We've partnered this year with the Public Relations Commission, Sue Anderson's commission, and the Chamber of Commerce, which is Sue McCartney and Brittany Childs, and the Downtown Alliance Board. So we've kicked off a week of events. It's going to start with Small Business Saturday, which is November 26th. Small Business Saturday, if you don't know what it is, it's a nationwide campaign that celebrates small businesses. They want folks to go out and shop big in the malls for Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, but that Saturday is for small businesses. We're hoping that everyone is encouraged to shop at all the small businesses throughout the whole township. The following Saturday is our annual holiday open house. I think it's our 13th annual or 14th annual tree lighting, Santa Coming to Town event. So we have a full day planned of holly trolley rides, pictures with Santa, all kinds of business specials, and then the arrival of Santa at Town Hall on the fire truck. The week in between that, we are holding Restaurant Week. So it'll be a townwide event. Every restaurant is being invited to participate in one way or another, and letters are going out tomorrow. That invites everyone to come and participate. They can offer a discount, a free drink, free salad, free dessert, any kind of discount that they want. It's completely up to the business owners and the management and all the individual businesses. I was surprised to learn when I pulled the report from the health department that we have 140 restaurant and catering facilities in town. So we've invited all 140. And we're hoping to get a good 50 of our best restaurants that will participate in the event. It'll be that entire week from Small Business Saturday to the Sunday after the holiday open house. There's flyers and banners and all kinds of posters that are getting printed and will be hung. I didn't want to hang up Santa stuff until after Halloween. Yes.
So that would be Saturday, November 26th until Sunday, December 4th?
4th, yes.
Got it.
Yes.
Restaurant Week, okay.
It'll, what I really liked about looping in, creating that whole week was usually the holiday open house is just a downtown thing, and folks that are, outside of the corridor don't really get to participate. But because we've extended it into this week-long event, we're hoping that everyone will hold a special or, offer some holiday something for that week. That's
Terrific.
it. That's all I have.
A question, the offers that the restaurants will be making, and I know we'll be here before we know it. Are you gonna publish online, or are you gonna send something out?
Yeah, we're going to handle all of the advertising for all of the businesses. We'll have a link to the township website, the chamber website, and the downtown website. One of the offers that I already know about is Kids Eat Free with a paid adult meal at Benji's. Don Juan's is doing a special event. They always are good for, some promotion. So yeah, we'll be able, as businesses start jumping on board, we'll advertise what the special is. So we're gonna really pump that out through social media, and then there'll be print advertisement as well. And there's an announcement in the Chamber of Commerce Thanksgiving luncheon as well. So we're trying to cover everything.
Great work.
But we're welcome, it's wide open, so come and meet with us. We're having a meeting tomorrow night to talk more about it. So you have an idea, comment, want to help, find me or Sue Anderson and we'll get you plugged in.
Terrific.
Thank
Thank
you.
Mr. Gross, are you gonna handle the best practices inventory?
Sure. This evening, we're just going to, talk a little bit about the best practices worksheet that we've prepared for this year, a little bit of history. Every year, probably for the past 8 to 10 years, the Division of Local Government Services gives us a checklist or a worksheet which lists what they consider best practices. Sometimes we agree with them, most of the times we do, and sometimes we don't. And historically, there were 50, and you're required to get 80% of them, and if you don't, then you potentially would lose some portion of state aid. This year, they've reduced the number to 30, the impact of that, and taken some of the questions off, whereas in years past, they just repeated a lot of the same questions. Once in a while, they introduce a new one. This year, they reduced it to 30, and about 2/3 of them are old questions that were asked before, and another third were brand new questions. Okay. And I'm pleased to say that we've exceeded the 80% on this. There are 5 questions that we did not get credit for, but that puts us over what we need to be, so in order we get all of our state aid. Of those 5 questions, 3 of them were questions that we've answered, that we've not gotten credit for in the past, and unfortunately, because there's fewer questions, they're worth more, in terms of the percentages. And then there's 2 others. One's a brand new question, which frankly we weren't even aware of some aspects of it, and another question was that we got wrong, that or that we didn't get credit for, was something that we've gotten credit for in the past, and this year we don't, but we will get credit for it in future years. So there's really no required discussion. There can be discussion if the council wants, but it is something that just needs to be recorded that we reviewed it at a public meeting.
Great.
I'll entertain any questions if there are.
Yes. Any of my colleagues? Yes, Councilman Krokoviac?
Thank you. Mr. Chris, just wanted to run through the ones where we answered no, just to sort of get the reasoning behind that. And the first question about shared services opportunities and shared services agreements being filed with the state, there was a no and no comment, so.
Yeah, the reason that's a no is because if you, not to parse, but it says explore all potential shared service opportunities. We think that you could never do all. I'm not sure if you could ever answer that question honestly. Yes, we've complained about that in the past, from a wording point of view. So we answered it no because I just can't say that we've explored all. Have we explored? We have, and we don't have any new ones. We've had some renewals for this year, and we think in years forward we'll be looking at more, but we just don't feel comfortable saying, certifying that we've done all that all potential. It's just poor wording.
So, but we have on the second part of the question about filing all of the shared services agreements with the
yes.
with
Oh
the
yes. If you go to the next page, this year our audit came in on July 29th. It's due by June 30th. Our auditors this year went through a corporate merging with a larger entity, and they had some, I guess, logistical issues that caused them to go over. There's a number of them. One of them was the going through with a much more expanded quality control that the new entity or the larger entity requires the auditors to go through, and I don't think they were prepared for that. So they've assured us that in years future that won't be an issue.
Is the audit up on the town website?
Yes.
Great. Number 17.
Yeah, this is one we didn't know. We knew about half of it. The NJSA 52, which is not a municipal code, and that's one of the reasons I wasn't familiar with it, requires that any contract over $10 million, that before we go out for it, we have to notify the state offices. That we knew about, the state comptroller's office. What I didn't know is any contract between 2 and 10 after the fact we have to notice. We didn't, so we couldn't take credit for it. Moving forward, obviously, we will make the notification. I think we only had one, possibly 2 contracts last year anyway, but we did, so we couldn't take credit.
It's like 26.
26 and 29.
Okay. Yeah, 26 and 27, frankly, we've made headway with our negotiated settlements, but we're not. What they're asking for is, will require our employees to agree. It's something that we've worked toward. We've made headway, but we're not there yet. And so we've never gotten credit for these questions, and we won't until we get all of our employees to agree to certain givebacks in their contracts. Will that ever happen? I don't know the answer to that.
One of the questions that's asked, I guess, on 27, or I guess 26 too, talks about treating employees differently in terms of restricting
Sick leave.
Between those who are the employees that are contractually obligated to do so and those who are not covered by a collective bargaining agreement. Has there been any discussion about whether we should just do that unilaterally? I mean, it seems to me that there's plenty of organizations, both municipal public entities and private entities that do treat their employees differently based on what they're contractually obligated to and whatnot.
Negotiated.
It's certain. We do it to some extent now. This is what but for non-contractuals, I think what you're suggesting is that employees that are non-contractual, that you could unilaterally dictate that to. There may be some employees that qualify for that. And as far as I'm concerned, it's a philosophical question. I mean, if you treat them significantly different, I guess that begs the question whether or not, or what it would take to get people who are in the unions to go into and be promoted into non-union jobs. They might not take them, and you might lose good people. So it's a philosophical question. It certainly can be done. I'm not sure that I'm there, but certainly it's something that can be considered.
What's the split between union and non-union employees here?
In the numbers?
Yeah, just roughly, or percentage.
Less than 10%.
Okay. Just one more question, if I could. The score of 83%, I can't remember exactly, but that seems low for us.
Yeah.
Does this mean we're going to have an impact on our state aid?
No, we had to get over 80%. And the reason it's lower, and that goes back to because there's only 30 questions, and we have like 3 questions that were from last time were worth less, but now the same 3 questions we didn't get, they're worth more points. So we have more points taken off for those 3 questions. So it's just the math. But no, we're over 80%. We're going to get our aid. We're not in jeopardy for that.
Thank you.
Question. Do you know why they changed the grading system?
It's not to change grades, they reduced the number of
But
questions.
any reason why, or-
So in other words, every question used to be 2%. Now it's 1/30th of a percent. So it's a larger number. So if you miss 3, where 3 before was a 6% loss, 3 now is about an 8% loss.
Okay.
So it's just the math of it.
Just recalculated, okay.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Gross. Mr. Trenk, are we ready for the update on Operation Hope?
Yes, absolutely.
Township Attorney Richard Trenk is here, and I don't know if Police Chief James Abbott. They've been working hard on a unique initiative to battle the epidemic that's out there as it relates to heroin and use and also prescription medicine. Mr. Trenk, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Council President and Council members. As you will recall, in June, the Council unanimously approved Operation Hope. HOPE stands for Heroin Opiate Prevention Effort. This was an initiative that was brought to the township by the police department and specifically Chief Abbott, and that Captain Montesian and various members of the force worked on with the law department for about a year. We are excited, and the reason we are here is to tell you that the community has answered the call. The community from that council meeting to now, 35 people, did sign up and did go through the required 20 hours of training. That training was offered in conjunction with our partner Integrity House that did an amazing job, Mr. Ackerman. And as a result, in fact, I got the schedule today right around 6 o'clock. Patty Duffy, who, as you know, has stepped to the plate as she always does. She coordinates the Divert program. She similarly has put out the schedule, and beginning next Tuesday, November 1st at 12:01 a.m., basically will be available. And the police desk, the police department has set up a segregated room where the Hope Angel or volunteer can meet with anyone who comes forth voluntarily, as you know, and seeks help at getting into recovery. So basically, we are exactly where we hoped we would be, but obviously that's been because of the relationships with Integrity House and the volunteers, and we have no idea what's going to happen beginning November 1st, other than we're going to try, and that's about as much as you can help. You can hope in any initiative. Two last-minute things I'll tell you. We are excited because one of the things we told you about when we presented this to you in June is obviously the police department brought to the law department's attention that 2C, as we know, is the criminal statute that's enforced in New Jersey. We have provisions in New Jersey law that provided that if you bring in an illegal gun, we don't charge you with possession of an illegal firearm. If you bring in a child that you can't care for, we don't charge you with child endangerment. We take care of the situation. up until literally today at 3 o'clock when Governor Christie signed the law that Assemblyman McKeon and Senator Cody brought to the legislature and to the governor as a result of the initiative in this town. That did not exist. So as a result of the new law that was, I literally got the press release about 3 o'clock today, and the changes which the governor suggested to the initial legislation, we now are authorized and ordained pursuant to the laws of New Jersey. And so therefore, what we are going to do, what we plan to do as a result of your approval, which means if someone brings in drugs or paraphernalia voluntarily beginning on Tuesday, those people will not be charged. So to me, it's all part of what this is about, which is trying to get people into recovery and to deal with the health crisis. The second thing I'll tell you is, as a result of an idea that the Mayor Parisi had and Chief Abbott, there's a lot of talk going around the state about this. A lot of people who have asked us for our materials that we've obviously, that plagiarism is the best part of flattery. So we want them all to copy us. We want to be leaders, but we want to be partners. And that's the way this works the best. So as a result of that, Chief Abbott and the mayor and I said, let's invite the mayors of every town in Essex County, all 21 towns, all the chiefs of police of all 21 towns, and some other law enforcement agencies that the chief works with all the time, the universities, colleges, similar to that, and the Sheriff's Department, to come to a breakfast. It's not open to the public. It is open to our volunteers. So bottom line is, we're going to give them, literally hand them everything, including the PowerPoint that you saw in June in the community scene. And we're obviously going to challenge them, beg them, ask them on whatever level they're comfortable to get involved. That's where we're at. Also, obviously, as a result of several suggestions by several people, the chief and I and Jessica Buffman from my office, along with our Integrity House partners, went on Monday night to the Council of PTAs, met, and they were incredibly receptive. We believe that the most likely candidates, and again, this is not by way of exclusion, it's just by way of recognizing who our constituents are, we're hoping and praying that parents and loved ones and people who have children who confront these issues, and we know it's prevalent throughout our society, who don't know where to turn, because the average parent, including certainly me, would know. So again, we're hoping that by opening our doors in this fashion, that parents who hear of or members of the educational community here in town will bring their children in. So we wanted to go to the schools, and we're hoping that that resonates. So with that, our purpose tonight is to update you, tell you we're on track, probably further than the chief and I ever thought we'd get to, but we're excited, and Tuesday morning at 12:01 there'll be an angel, a volunteer available to meet with any member of this community who steps forward voluntarily and asks for some help to deal with this health issue. So I'll yield to the chief because, again, his leadership and his beginning of this is really how we got here.
Thank you, Mr. Trankin. You guys should be commended. The magnitude of where you started. I've seen folks that have struggled with this addiction, and it's really difficult to understand how it could really take over your life, take over your body. And not only should you be commended, but also our legislators and Governor Christie for understanding the need for us to have this leeway here, so that we can get the ball rolling. So, Chief, floor is all yours.
Thank you, Councilman. You don't need the 6 degrees of separation to look and find somebody that's been afflicted with addiction. It's close to everybody, whether it's alcohol or drugs, legal or illegal, painkillers prescribed by a doctor or something you're buying on the street that maybe those painkillers led you to. So, I think this is a good initiative. I thank you for your cooperation and blessing in doing it. The prosecutor of Essex County was magnanimous in the help with this because, as Richard pointed out, it's illegal. You walk in with drugs, and we don't have a lot of latitude there. So, she embraced it and really helped us put it forward. Richard's colleagues in his office. There's a lot of thanks and credit to go around. It's certainly not all my doing. Jessica Buffman, the folks at Integrity House, as I said, yourselves, everybody really pitched in and got this done. We started it, I think it was last October. We gave ourselves a year. We got it done in 13 months, which in government, that's like way ahead of schedule. So,
Yeah, right.
so we're real proud of that. But, again, thank you.
Chief? Oh, Chief and Mr. Train.
I'm sorry.
Oh, so that's okay, Chief, thank you. How many volunteers you have signed up and trained so far?
I believe it's 35, right? 35.
Okay, is it a broad spectrum of the township? Are they all township residents?
No, we have some folks from outside the town, but probably the majority, I would say.
Very diverse, young, old, ethnic, and other backgrounds. So we're only, like in Divert, we're only going to refer to them by first name. Because this is, keep in mind, these are not relationships. These are people to try to help get them to detox or recovery.
One last question I have. Have any of them, and I remember reading the thing, have any of them had any similar situations? Like, did any of them have a drug dependence problem, or people with that are not allowed?
Some are in recovery. We ensured that it was for an extensive period of time, if that were the case, so that they were able to, participate without, harming their own well-being. Some of them are, like Richard said, it's moms, dads, young, old. We have, we have a big cross-section.
That's great.
And again, like Integrity has said, if you wanted to, I hate to use the example because I know you personally, if you wanted the best heart surgeon, you want the best heart surgeon. They don't have to have gone through the heart procedure to know they're the best. So in this case, other than screening to make sure, like the chief said, that they're healthy and can provide this and not risk their own safety, between the experts in Integrity and again, the police department has done backgrounds, we are extremely confident and comfortable that we have the best in this community and surrounding communities who will be these volunteers. But we're going to learn a lot as we go forward, to be honest with you.
Okay.
And hopefully it'll snowball.
Will we get an update? Will the council get an update of how the program's working, like every so often, like a quarter or,
Anytime you want. But the short answer is I'd love to come back here quarterly because we're already getting some people who said, well, they couldn't make the cycle to do the training. So if everything goes well, I would hope that sometime in the late spring, we might do training again so we can get a new group of volunteers. Because the more volunteers, obviously, the more you can spread out and hopefully increase the outreach.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Train.
We may partner too with some of the suburban communities that are looking to do this, but at the moment have some trepidations whether or not they'll be able to get the amount of volunteers based on the demographics of their own community. So, if it's slow for us, I think that would be in our best interest because I think these volunteers really want to be engaged. I don't think they want to sit home for 3 months without a phone call. So, that may work. I know that question came up at my county chiefs meeting this morning, and I said something we would certainly entertain.
And as a result of some of the publicity of this, already one person has come forward, and as a result of our relationships with Integrity House, they took that person and her son, who obviously is the person in need, and are getting them into recovery. So again, I think it's critical because the average person, while we've all been touched by this indirectly or directly, when you are confronted with that issue, it's not like you have it on speed dial who to call or who can get through the bureaucracy or the red tape or find the appropriate whatnot. So.
And availability. Like I always say, we're better than White Castle. We never close. I think they close on Thanksgiving, but 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, we're there. So if these things hit in the middle of the night and somebody wants help, you're not going to get help on an 800 number. You're going to get an answer machine. So we're there.
And one of the improvements I just want to point out that Governor Christie put in the legislation as a result of his conditional veto is he put in a what's called a Good Samaritan immunity for the town and for every volunteer. So that is awesome. So that, as we know, sadly, people need a number of, the average person doesn't just, get well immediately, and it's a lifelong process. So unfortunately, we try, but the good thing is we won't ever face any liability, and the individuals who volunteer are immune from any kind of civil or other prosecution.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schrank. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Oh, I saw that Captain Dalgauer and Brennan are putting together a meeting with the...
PCA?
Yeah, with the clergy.
Yeah.
So that's next week.
November
and-
1st, I believe, right, Rich, the PCA meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it's November 1st and 6th.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as Rich said, we had the meeting already with the Council of PTAs.
Yeah.
Kind of been out there spreading the word. I was asked to participate in a panel up in Morris County, Chasing the Dragon. So it's a Morris County and state initiative. I really was unaware of it. Somehow they found out through the media that we were doing this, and they contacted me. So I don't know that much about them, but I said I would do it.
Has anyone met with the substance abuse counselors at the high school at all?
No, it's not a bad thought, though. I don't think they were at the Council of PTA.
No, they probably wouldn't, no.
So I'll reach out to the principal and then see if they...
Yeah, that would be
that's a great
helpful.
idea. Excellent
Great.
idea.
Thank you, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you both again, and send our gratitude to the Integrity House. It's a
Yes.
world-class facility. The president visited, showcasing them as a model to seek assistance when faced with addiction. So I think that was last year.
Yes,
I saw that he was there. Thank you again. Madam Clerk, we're going to move on to council meeting dates.
Did everyone have an opportunity to review the dates?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are there any thoughts or changes?
Council President? Well, Madam Clerk, just like I saw the calendar for Operation Hope, it's a piece of work. Putting the dates together for this calendar is also a piece of work. And what I remember from last year, it seemed like we spent hours on this calendar last year trying to pick the dates. I have no changes on this.
don't
I
either.
think it seems to everything has fallen in place around the holidays. I'm not speaking for my colleagues, I'm just speaking for myself, but I appreciate the effort putting it together, and it looks good to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Concur. Councilman Koviak?
Just wanted to clarify, in December, it looks like their meeting dates are the 5th and the 19th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Even though that sort of runs into Hanukkah.
Hanukkah ends on the 20th.
So if we meet on the 19th, it'll be in the midst of Hanukkah. I just want to make sure that the council is okay with that. I know we work hard to try to stay away from any of the major religious holidays.
You go to the 21st on Thursday.
You know, we could actually do it on the 20th because Hanukkah would end at sundown. And it gets dark pretty early.
You can do one meeting in December.
I think that's what I thought it was. I thought that was all
Yeah, I
crossed
didn't
out.
see
I
that,
didn't even
yes.
see 19.
Yeah,
I thought
because
that
it's-
was all crossed off.
Blending in, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
From
I
our
think,
perspective.
yes, I brought this up before, that our municipal code requires us to have 2 meetings a month, except once a month in July and August. So I'm, kind of want to follow the code.
Just looking. Yeah, the dates are here. Truthfully, Council President, I thought the same thing. I thought that
didn't
was all
see that.
canceled
I'm
out.
looking at that right now.
You could push it for the 21st on a Thursday.
And you could do it on, like I said, you could do it on the 20th, because
Yeah, December 20th.
it ends at sundown, and that would be before our meeting started. So it's
So you're
verdict,
okay with the
Councilman.
way it's noted, right? The 5th and the 20th?
Well, it's right now, it's the 5th and the 19th.
Or the
They're saying
19th?
to change it to the 20th. The
Oh,
night
okay, so
Hanukkah
one day.
ends.
Your proposal is to move it one day forward?
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm, it looked like 19 was circled, and I thought that was within,
That is, yes.
It's 8 days of Hanukkah,
Right,
8 days.
correct.
But 12, 13.
Well, if you, to the
Some
20th, I
folks
have to
celebrate
check
the last
other.
night.
19th is the last, is the 8th day, and it ends at sundown.
The 19th is the 8th day, when it starts on the
Well, it
20th.
says it ends on
Yeah, I
Wednesday,
think
Right, it ends on Wednesday, right.
Wednesday the 20th.
Okay, we can't change anything to Wednesday tonight, only because I have to check to see if other boards or commissions have that date scheduled.
So we could set it and amend it.
True, we could do that. I can update everybody.
If you need it done.
Yeah,
then
let's
you could just-
leave it
you can
as is,
amend
and
it.
then
It's got a
we
whole,
can amend
over
it
a whole
later.
year.
So do you want me to take out the 19th or leave it?
I will leave it as is,
Leave it.
and then amend it if we have,
Amend it.
once we know what the availability is like.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman.
yeah, and if you just want to check on the 20th and 21st, hopefully we can find something in that time period. I also just wanted to raise the issue on November. It looks like we've only got one meeting scheduled on the 21st. And like I said, our code requires us to have 2 meetings a month. I'm just wondering, there's a general election on the 7th, so maybe we want to consider doing it on the 1st. That would still give us more than a week from the previous meeting.
So what would happen if there was no business? Do we still meet, come in, and leave? I don't know, I guess it's a question for the attorney, if we'll follow that strictly.
We've numerous times canceled meetings because there was nothing to do in the past. I mean, I can't tell you how many times it's happened, but at least several over the past 16, 17 years.
Because that would only be a week after the 24th, so you may not have enough business.
We also only have one meeting scheduled in November this year, for the same reason, I would assume.
We can't hear you.
I said there's only one meeting scheduled in November this year. I'm assuming for the same reason.
I think we put it on for the 1st, and if we don't have anything,
I
we'll...
can't do anything. I can't put it on for the 1st unless I can confirm that other boards and commissions aren't meeting that night. So my hands are tied tonight, but I can, pencil it in and get back to the council.
Or the 8th, because the 1st is only a week after the 24th. At least the 8th will be 2 weeks in between each.
And November 1st is the
Session.
planning board meeting.
Yeah, see, that's the whole thing.
So you're sticking
I'm sorry, Councilman, you said the planning board meets on the 1st?
First Wednesday of the month.
Doesn't it? Well, I mean, if we're following the code said it has to be on a Tuesday. I believe that does say that. So,
I'm still okay with 1 day a month.
Okay, anybody else?
So what did we decide to do, Council President?
Well, the code says that that the meeting has to be held on a Tuesday, first of all. Okay, and number 2, and tonight we can't make any decisions because she has to check availability. So,
So we're just
it's a work
tabling
in
this
progress. We don't have to,
we'll finalize them on the 22nd.
we don't have to finalize the calendar today, Councilman, to answer that question. Actually, we're in violation of the code. It is not Tuesday.
I guess we'll have to...
Anybody else?
If you want, I've got the council rules for this. The Township Council shall hold regular meetings commencing at 7 p.m. on 2 Tuesdays of each month of the year, each meeting to be separated from the immediately preceding and succeeding meeting by at least 2 weeks, except that during the months of July and August, there shall be only one regular meeting a month, also on a Tuesday and commencing at 7 p.m. and separated by at least 2 weeks from the preceding and following meetings. The council shall determine blah, blah, blah. I think that's the only...
And that's, well, I mean, you can amend the rules anytime you want. I mean, that's the norm or the goal. It's not written in stone. You don't have to follow that rule to the letter. If you're going to make a change, you need to vote on it, but you can change it, so...
Okay, so again, to answer the question, we can't do anything tonight.
tonight proves the fact that council makes adjustments in it.
That was my point.
So,
And I'm still okay, Council President, meeting once a month, especially the way the end of the
We
year.
may not be able to do it twice.
Okay.
Based on that reading.
All right.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I just suggest November 8th because it's in between the month, you know.
We'll take that under consideration.
The reason for the 2 week is because it means that there may be something to do.
Yes.
If you meet week after week, usually there's not anything to do, and you wind up sometimes canceling a meeting, because I think they have done that before, by recollection. But again, the council rules, you can change anytime, you can change them by resolution. We've been through this before. It's a goal, it's a structure, but you don't have to follow it, religiously. So.
Okay. Madam Clerk, work in progress.
Okay, so we'll leave them as is until...
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to move on to our council liaison announcements. Councilwoman?
Yeah, I can start. Okay, this Sunday, Halloween trunk or treat at Liberty Middle School at 3 to 5 p.m. There's a costume contest for all who are dressed at 2 p.m. Game zone from 3 to 5. Admission is $5 per family, plus hot chocolate and pumpkin patch, compliments of the West Orange Rotary Club. So looking forward to that. Nice day out on Sunday. This Friday at, let's see, I have all the rec announcements. This Friday is our senior citizens Halloween party at the Cat Civic Center from 11:30 to 2:30 p.m. Also a costume contest and lunch. So that is this Friday. On October 19th, I went with Megan Brill and Mike Brick, who we serve on the downtown promotions team, to Plainfield to attend a seminar sponsored by Main Street USA called The Essentials of Effective Storefronts. And it was a great workshop, all-day seminar, talked about building surfaces, lighting, signage, streetscaping, entranceways, window displays. What I enjoyed about it, it was very informative, and the seminar for our business owners here in the township. What I like about what Main Street USA has done is provided these seminars, and we're able to bring them here to West Orange. The two ladies that spoke for this seminar are available to come. Hopefully in the spring we're going to try to get them here, and I already talked to my colleague, Councilwoman McCartney, in working with the Chamber of Commerce to open this great seminar up for all of our business owners here in the township. It's a great way to redesign your store, get folks into your buildings, and increase exposure for our business owners. So we look forward to working on that. With American Express, Ms. Brill, I think I asked you earlier today, American Express offers double points. If you're an American Express card holder and you have an American Express card, they're offering double points if you shop on that Saturday. So you have to sign up for that. So if you are a card holder, please look on your American Express website and come shop Saturday here in the township. And hopefully you'll also gain some double points on your rewards card. Congratulations to our marching band in town, winning the state championship for Group 5. That was very exciting. And I'll leave the other announcements for my colleagues. I do have a question, though, for administration. Do you have an update on the facade for the library, to see where that's at?
Yeah, they're working.
What's the time frame on it, or?
Right now, I don't have an exact time frame, but they've been working since last week. They're here. They weren't here today because I think the weather more than anything.
Okay.
But they're taking everything down, and once they get it down, they got all the equipment in, they had everything delivered, so I think it should be pretty good.
All right, great. And I see on the redevelopment project, they had started painting the exterior.
Absolutely.
Great.
Painting the exterior, doing the inside of the building, they're doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah, they started painting on the side of the museum, so if you're driving down Main Street, you'll be able to see the color of what the building's going to be, and nice color pick by the Historic Preservation Committee, so looks really nice.
Great.
And other than our tomorrow night, we have our PR Commission meeting to discuss all the items Ms. Brill had mentioned, and thank her for her hard work and for coming to our meeting tomorrow. Council President?
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman. Who would like to be next? Announcements, Councilman Koviak. We'll go in order.
Unless you want to go, Councilwoman, that's fine. Okay. The West Orange Historic Preservation Commission, members of the commission met with the officials from the town and from PRISM on Friday. Those of you who are following this from the last few months, the Historic Preservation Commission believes that it granted a certificate of occupancy to the redeveloper for the Edison building downtown. It's something that they're given by law, by ordinance, to do, and it basically means if you do historic work on historic buildings and grounds here in the town, you have to get a certificate of appropriateness, which means that you are observing the historic and architectural significance of the property and the building. But the Commission believes that it granted this certificate of appropriateness based on design plans from the redeveloper that were subsequently changed. And so they're hoping to come to a resolution soon, but there might be an HPC member who may, or members who may come to the next council meeting just to update if there isn't a quick resolution to this. Just had a couple other questions. Some of you may know there was a lengthy post on Facebook last night about a raccoon being poisoned in the area of South Valley Road near Ludington, and I just wanted to ask about that because
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know anything about that.
okay.
A raccoon being poisoned on Valley Road? That's
Yeah.
the first I've heard about it.
On the Facebook page, it quoted, not by name, but animal control officers from the town who had said that it was likely to be poisoned. So I'm wondering if that was the case, or have you?
I'm not sure. I can check tomorrow.
Okay.
But I was not made aware of that.
Yeah, I would just like to know this whole idea about poisoning with all of the animals running around town. Do we have any restrictions on that, either from a state level or federal level, about putting out poison like that?
I'm not really sure. I'm not sure. I mean, my guess would be, I don't know the exact answer, but my guess would be you can't poison animals.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think you can't do that. So,
Okay.
but that doesn't mean a person poisoned the animal. The animal could have eaten something out of a garbage that could have poisoned
Was
it also.
was it alleging that the township had put out?
No. What it said was that the animal, whoever responded to the animal control, there was a picture of this dead raccoon next to a garage door. Yeah, said that when the animal control officer or officers responded, that they said it was likely to be a poisoning. So
That's the first I've heard of this.
So maybe
I can double check it tomorrow, though.
okay, yeah, maybe at the next council meeting.
Sure.
Just if we have somebody who can talk about the whole aspect of it, I appreciate
Sure.
it. Is there any update on the restoration of St. Mark's Church?
I'm sorry, can we stick to announcements and council liaison reports? We can handle any other matter after public comments?
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah, just because we have members of the public, I'm sure they want to address. Yeah, or matters pending. So, just any other announcements, Councilman?
No.
No? Okay, Councilman, announcements?
Thank you, Council President. Of course, congratulations also to the West Orange High School Marching Band, another great, asset to our community. Also, I'd like to do a big shout out to Roger and Josephina, the owners of City Works on Main Street, celebrating their 1-year anniversary, another successful business that's open on Main Street. We're very proud of them, and they've been very active members with the Downtown Alliance. And also, another big shout out to the Life Christian Church, celebrating their 25th anniversary. It was a great event last Friday night. The whole community came out, and another good part of our community, so we're very happy for them, and we wish them another 25 years. So also with the Downtown Alliance, with the meeting and with our design committee, we have new directions going for our design committee, working with our merchants and retailers on the new facades and new equipment and stuff to go in. So great call out and shout out to the Downtown Alliance, and thank you very much, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman, announcements?
Well, I have to start with congratulations first, again, with the marching band, because it's
Yeah.
not the first time, and we've invited the marching band here other times, and I have this vision of Mr. Kelly bursting through the doors like the Music Man and the band coming in behind
would
him.
if
They
you
were
let
so
him.
outstanding. It's difficult to get over 100 kids in on one night like that, though. So congratulations to them. Congratulations to the police and the efforts of the legal department to put this Operation Hope in place. I've seen the calendar. It is an amazing piece of work. So thank you to the police and all the community volunteers on that, involved in that program. Richard said it was exciting. It is exciting, but we're venturing into the unknown with this project. And I know we're proud and pleased that West Orange is at the forefront. Congratulations also to the fire department. Just this afternoon, there is the nationwide Firehouse Subs. We have our own Jersey Mikes, but this is Firehouse Subs out of Jacksonville, Florida. They have 1,000 sites in Jackson, in Florida, but they are nationwide. And since 2005, with Katrina, they have been granting public safety awards that amount to $23 million. And today, in Chotawa today, I went with a few of the firefighters out there to accept this grant donation for bailout training, new procedures, and just congratulations to them for even applying for the grant to get this training to be part of that. It's a beautiful event. And of course, with my chamber hat on, I'm trying to recruit him to get here in West Orange. Also, congratulations. No, sorry. Just our planning board meeting will be next Wednesday, November 2nd, here in council chambers. Today, maybe Anthony is going to talk about today's press conference at the Turtleback Zoo. What's interesting about all the courtesy hearings that come before the planning board, when you see it all come to fruition. And it wasn't just because there was a press conference and county exec does have his entourage. The place was bustling, not just because the entourage. This is just a midweek Wednesday afternoon between class trips and strollers and parents. It was really a beautiful day. On our agenda tonight is the resolution designating the Valley Corridor, again, sparking that economic development that we're all looking for. The Environmental Commission is meeting right across the hall in the conference room this evening. Conflict with the change of our dates. Megan mentioned before about the Thanksgiving luncheon. We ask you to save the date, November 23rd, again, Wednesday afternoon, for the annual Thanksgiving luncheon, and that's sponsored by the Chamber, Unico, the Lions Club, and Rotary. And going back to the Historic Preservation Commission, there was another grant that I was happy to hear that the Historic Preservation Commission is going to look into the grant opportunity from the New Jersey DEP for a $60,000 to $90,000 grant that would be used to update their surveys or preparing their new master plan for the Historic Preservation Commission, or it could be used for training. So I know that they're reviewing that, that grant opportunity. Is that it?
Yeah, did we talk about this?
Oh, how about, here's another grant.
I see it.
More things. Well, Perry's not here, but November, next week starts Movember. Looks like John's getting a jump on November with a little facial hair. So we know Movember means an awareness on men's health. And it started, it started at our last council meeting when we recognized pancreatic cancer and raising awareness for that. So there will be an event on Friday, November 4th at the Essex House. We're raising funds for, again, national initiative to raise funds for men's health.
What time is that, Councilwoman?
No, it doesn't say.
6 p.m.?
More information on the West Orange website, westorange.org/Movember. What else do you want me to do? Oh,
That's it. Thank you
no,
for
no,
your
no, wait.
announcements.
Just today, when I opened my council package, we did receive a letter just today. Pleased to inform that the West Orange Township has achieved Sustainable Jersey Bronze recertification. And again, this is more congratulations because every department is part of this program. So this really is a labor of love. And I thank all the department heads that helped with the supporting documentation for that. And there is another grant pending. We're working on the New Jersey Department of Transportation Transportation Alternative Program. This is a $700,000 grant for the intersection of Pleasant Valley Way and Eagle Rock Avenue. Long awaited. I just received a letter of support from the Lubavitch Center today. There are 7 synagogues in that area, child care center, a high school with over 2,000 students, Kelly Elementary, and of course the retail businesses. So the Chamber of Commerce voted unanimously to submit a letter of support. So we have that, along with the Pleasant Valley Civic Association submitting letters of support for that project. It will extend. It is that intersection, the concentration. It's a beautification and pedestrian safety plan. It will extend southbound from Kens Drive to Alyssa Drive and northbound from Stamford to Marmon. And east and west, it goes from Oak to Beasley. So that's exciting.
Thank you.
Oh, sir. Oh, here's the kickoff, Essex House. I know Essex House also wants to be part of Restaurant Week. November 4th, doors open at 7:30.
7:30 p.m.
7:30 November.
So gentlemen, shave this weekend.
Get ready.
It would take.
Thank you.
It would take me.
They grow it.
It would take me 8
They
weeks
grow,
to do
yeah,
something.
they grow it.
I started when I was 23.
I just quickly want to thank Debbie Solinardi, the director over at the Degnan House, the Eagle Rock Senior Citizen Home. They're doing great work, along with the chairman, Frank Capron. We're still working on changing the windows and also elevator rehab, full elevator rehab going on, trying to improve quality of life for our senior citizens. And I know here at the Degnan, at the Renner House, we're taking advantage of HUD's new RAD program to bring in revenue to rehab those properties, and again, for the purposes of providing better living conditions for our senior citizens. So I just want to thank both Debbie and our friends at Marzulli for being proactive. And that would be all for announcements, Madam Clerk.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. A notice of this meeting was emailed to the Star-Ledger and the West Orange Chronicle on October 14, 2015. A notice of this meeting was also posted on the bulletin board in the Municipal Building, West Orange, and filed in the office of the Municipal Clerk of the Township of West Orange on October 14, 2015. Councilwoman Casalino?
Present.
Councilman Guarino?
Present.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Present.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Present.
Council President Cirilo?
Present.
Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The council is now in their public meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this point, we are going to invite any member of the public that wish to address the town council. Please raise your hand and we'll call you in order. I see our first hand in the back on the left side. Come up, gentlemen.
So can I just ask, Council President, if you can consider that with regard to redevelopment, the resolution is on with regard, as Councilwoman McCartney said, with regard to the Valley Central Corridor, that possibly we ask folks to hold the comments on that. When you get to that resolution, we have our planner here, I have a presentation, and then obviously you'll ask whatever question you have, and then maybe at that point, it's more appropriate for the public to comment. That would just be my...
Do we have, so that, we're assuming that we have members of the public that want to talk about that issue?
I see a lawyer here,
Okay.
so I suspect that there is.
Okay, so we're withholding comments on the, as long as my colleagues are okay with that, I would ask the members of the public to withhold comments having to do with the area in need of redevelopment, because we'll do that separately.
Thank you.
So, yes. Okay. We're on.
My name is Robert Pringle, 10 Gaston Street, Apartment 1R.
Go ahead.
The bus that was picking us up to go to the pool didn't show up like it was supposed to. It was supposed to be there for 5 days a week.
But it was only there on the, actually, 1 day a week. Every Friday.
It was only there
1 day a week.
1 day a week.
And the third Wednesday of the month.
And the third Wednesday of the month.
So that's not 5 days a week.
So that's not 5 days a week.
What are they going to do about it next year?
So what are they going to do about it next year? It should actually be it should be. What I think is that it'd be good if they could pick us up every day, but not. I don't expect them to pick us up on weekends, but at least 5 days a week. That'd be great if they could.
Terrific.
Is that all right? Is that okay?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Mr. Sayers.
Sir, did you ever call and ask for a ride to the pool and set up an appointment with our dispatcher?
What's that?
Have you ever called our dispatcher to set
Yes,
up
I
an
did.
appointment for a ride? And you didn't get picked up when you set the appointment up?
Yeah, I got picked up a few
Okay.
times, yeah.
Okay. That's all I want to know. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right?
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
I'll go back and raise my hand, take my turn.
Do you want to go now?
Rosary Morelli, Ralph Road. Several issues, most of them center around Senior Citizen Advisory Board. We've been hearing so much about all the programs and all of the programs and services that the seniors get. It's been very difficult trying to get that information. Mayor spoke to the Chronicle and described, not in detail, the various programs. We have programs comparable to or better than other towns. I've been trying to get my hands on that information. I can't. Mr. Garino and Ms. Casalino spoke about it at the debate. I emailed her and asked for copies. She doesn't have anything that's electronic, and I asked her to scan and send it to me, and this was on the 20th. I haven't received anything back. I emailed Mr. Garino twice, never heard back from him. This seems to be a pattern. The mayor handed the survey over to the PR Commission on April 24th. They were supposed to get back to me. I'm getting long in the tooth waiting for these people. I don't know if it's incompetence or it's intentional. Now, in the case of senior citizen, the senior programs, I can't get my hands on anything, no one else has, they don't exist. Does that make sense? Obviously, they don't exist. Seniors don't know about them. The only thing they know is what they keep repeating is we have yoga, aerobics, Zumba Gold, bingo, and knitting. I paid a visit, was invited to the Livingston Library last Friday. The young kids in the high school, techies, help senior citizens with their iPads, their smartphones, etc. It was amazing to see that library filled with all senior citizens and a whole group of kids, the interaction. There's a lot of excitement in the room. They even fixed my iPad. I can access my email on it now. We allegedly had this in the town going way back, but no people showed up. So here's our problem. We don't have any kind of communication out there. I spoke with Sherry, I emailed the president of the library board and explained to her that no seniors knew about this, so they stopped it. It's such a vibrant program in another town. Not only, as I said, getting this free service, but the interaction, the intergenerational interaction was really exciting. So I want to know why I'm not getting the written documents or whatever regarding the services and programs that we have in town. I'm invited to the Seniorama in Montclair. Now, this is a town that equal to, not better than. We're having next week on Thursday, November 3rd, the Montclair Senior Citizen Advisory Committee is holding a Seniorama 2016 conference. It's an event which focuses on the issues, needs, and topics impacting the quality of life for senior citizens residing in Montclair. This year, there's some new features, a full-day conference format and the introduction of workshops which encourage the exploration of the diverse opportunities for specific personal growth and enrichment. We don't have any enrichment programs. And if we do, somebody needs to show me what they are and where they are. This year's theme is Living is Learning, Planning and Doing. It provides a roadmap to explore big topics like what could our senior center be like, and then presented in smaller workshop sessions, opportunities to learn how to do specific and more defined activities involving mind, body, cooking, music, and volunteering. These expand the horizons for seniors, just not yoga, Zumba Gold, and a Halloween party. To grow, explore, and use their brains to be healthy, happy, and compassionate in their personal lives and in service to others, all of which are vital aspects of being seniors. Now, I want to expand on this being in service to others. Richard?
Your time is up.
I'm an angel. Can I have just another minute? I'm an angel. A lot of people have doubts about that. I just volunteered on the Relay for Life. Last Friday, I delivered books to Homebound. I'm trying to do this. It's like leading by example. I want to increase the amount of volunteer work seniors do and make that another part of what seniors have in this town. And I don't know that I'm getting through to any of you that are sitting up there. But someday you're going to get old, and nobody's going to care about you. And the only thing I wish on anybody is when you're old, you should live in a 5-story walk-up with no elevators. Your phone shouldn't be working, your remote's not working, and you have no friends and no family. See how that feels?
Thank you, Ms. Morelli. Any other member of the public wish to address the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Oh, Anthony.
Oh, Anthony.
Anthony.
I think you better say it again because I don't think.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Anthony Puglisi, Public Information Director for Essex County, representing County Executive DiVincenzo. Just to follow up on what Councilwoman McCartney said today, we had a press conference to announce the beginning of construction of a new lion and hyena exhibit. This will complement the African Adventure exhibit, which opened this spring, which includes, or the highlight of that right now is giraffes. So the groundbreaking was today, and we anticipate that exhibit to open in the spring of 2017. But when we were putting together the press conference, the county executive looked at the weather, saw that things were getting colder, and said he wanted to inform the public about everything that was happening at the zoo. So the winter is the best time to do construction because the crowds generally get a little lighter. So in addition to the lion and hyena exhibit, there's going to be work at several exhibits, which is the Scottish Highland cow and the wolf exhibit, where we're going to create better viewing areas for the public, creating patios so that they can actually get a little closer to those exhibits. And instead of looking through mesh fences, there'll be glass walls so that views aren't obstructed. Another exhibit, the condor exhibit, was hit by a tree a few years ago, so a new condor exhibit will be constructed right near the Savannah Cafe. There's new fencing that's going into the petting zoo area, the Essex Farms Petting Zoo. And then along the front of the zoo, if you go up on near the corner of Cherry Lane, there are lit bollards, which have helped dramatically with traffic and pedestrian safety. Those are going to be continued from that corner all the way down to where the new education building is located. Did I miss anything? I think that was it. The other thing at the zoo, on October 31st, which is Monday, from 4 to 8 o'clock, is Halloween. That's how we pronounce it at the zoo. It's an event. We'll have a number of candy stations set up throughout the zoo facility, so kids of all ages, probably against the advice from their dentists, can do some trick-or-treating in a safe atmosphere and get some candy. And so that happens from 4 to 8. Unfortunately, to prepare for that event, the zoo will close at 2 o'clock and then reopen at 4 that day.
What's the date, Anthony?
The 31st.
Thank you. Monday.
Halloween is on Halloween.
Halloween. Can I ask a question?
Okay?
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Anthony, how are you? Thank you again for bringing information to us. I have a quick question for you. Do you have, or does the county have, a booklet with stats that show the stats of the zoo? You know, number of visitors, you know, things that are going on that attract the population to the area. Because there's things that when, you know, businesses ask, you know, because basically that's a built-in, you know, attraction itself to any business that would go on Northfield Avenue.
Right.
So does the county have a document that shows revenues generated, number of people that come to the zoo?
We generate those numbers every year. We haven't really put them into a formal brochure or booklet in a number of years.
It would be great for us, especially for our township, when we try to market, you know, the vacant spaces across the road. Would help the zoo, but also help the township and to bring needed businesses to that area. So I was hoping if there's something that can be done, or, you know, who
we can definitely look into something like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Anthony?
Thank you, Council President.
Councilwoman?
Anthony, I didn't read it, but I thought I saw a headline today that the county was awarded $5.94 million. Did I see that correctly? Do you have any information on that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and...
If
Yeah.
if we got that sum of money, I'm sure
Yeah.
I'll find out about it tomorrow.
Yeah, I just scanned. I was kind of surprised, so, and I thought I'd...
I can look into that
Okay.
and see what.
I'll forward it to you when I get to read it.
Okay. All right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, gentlemen?
Now I got to Google it.
My name is Steve Schiller, 14 Stone Drive, a 43-year resident of West Orange. I was just talking to somebody, who mentioned his name in the back, that I think perhaps in 43 years I've paid more taxes than my house is worth. It's kind of strange when you think about it. We're all in the same boat. So.
Yeah, of course.
Number two, your clock doesn't work. Is there a reason for that, or is it?
Never noticed.
This is how I was brought up with my dad. The bulbs have to be changed, the clocks have to work. But that's not why I'm up here. I know it's an election year, and I'm not here to talk about seniors or taxes, because I know you're doing the best you can under the circumstances. But I will tell you, in 43 years, maybe I'll say 40 because I can't remember the 43, but when I would tell people I lived in West Orange, they would say all over the state, and I don't know if they still do, that's too bad, you live in West Orange because your taxes are very high. Bad rep, you know. I was wondering, because of the grants we're getting, maybe our taxes are going to go down. We're going to get so many grants, it's going to be fantastic. So in the 43 years, I remember when there was horseback riding on Pleasant Valley Way and in Mayapple Hill where we live, and then developments come. We had a furniture business called Edison Furniture. It was right in the, Jack might remember, in the Edison complex. In fact, Chief Abbott, my wife was reminiscing. She remembered exactly what he bought, you know.
Oh, wow.
So in an election year, I just want to say that I want to move out of West Orange years ago. My wife loves this town. We have no kids in the town, no children. It was a great education. Oh my God. We have 3 children with advanced degrees. Hi. I know this young lady. We do business together. And the schools were fantastic. And then when the town started to get diverse, a lot of people moved away. People we know. This is crazy because this is one of, I think personally, even though my taxes are crazy, I think it's one of the most unusual towns in the United States. Physical beauty and some of the cool people. If anybody watched the Cleveland game last night, Kyrie Irving, they said from West Orange.
Gregory.
Roosevelt.
He went to Gregory.
I mean, he's maybe the second best basketball. So, you know, we got Whoopi Goldberg, we got Kylie Irving, we have our trustees here. Our astronaut, that's right, Mr. Kelly. I mean, there's a lot to publicize about the town. So the reason I'm talking is because sometimes it is frustrating, but it really is. We have friends coming from all over the country. What a beautiful town. Really pretty, you know, you can't create that. So like my major point, and maybe it's for Jack, I don't know, or just to throw it out. The town engineer was at our house, nothing serious about our property line and this summer. And he mentioned there were 3 town engineers and now there's 1. Is that right, Jack? So I was thinking, since there's been so many layoffs, what does the administration do for the town, do for the employees to keep their morale up? I'm done. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Schiller. Anyone else wishing to address the council? Madam Clerk?
No, it's...
Yeah, take a motion to close public comment.
Okay. We're going to review the consent agenda. Approval of minutes of previous meeting, public and executive session, October 6, 2016.
We're just going to respond to the public.
I'm so sorry.
So we took the motion to close public, and I made you nervous. So we took a motion, we entertained a motion to close public comment. Second?
So moved.
Second. So we're gonna, okay, and then any of my colleagues wish to address the members of the public. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Councilman Coulter?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Pringle, thank you very much for coming up and giving your government some input. And Ms. Morelli, thanks for providing an assist there. Ms. Morelli, I want to just say again, thanks for providing a lot of information that is very helpful and is interesting to seniors. I want to say thank you again for advocating for them. And I hear your frustration about the lack of communication and your apparent inability to get a hold of material that has been previously published. And I just want to ask Mr. Sayers if he would find out what this information is and send it as quickly as you can to the council so we can get it out to Ms. Morelli about what are the services that are available for seniors here in town and what they can do to get more information about it. I sit here and listen to her how long how hard she's been trying to get this information that was mentioned in the Chronicle some time ago. Is it something that you could perhaps facilitate for us?
It's on the website.
Yeah, there is information on our website. That's what we have. And I don't know about anything else that's been published, to be quite honest with you. We do have information on the website. There are programs that we have. I mean, what gets me, and Ms. Morelli and I talk about this all the time, is I don't get complaints. I don't know where this is all coming from, because my guess would be is that if these seniors were really that upset that they would be calling the township and asking us to do things. I don't get these complaints. And I would like that if Ms. Morelli's getting these complaints to forward them to me so that I would be able to address them. But as of now, I'm not getting these types of complaints. And we do supply great senior citizen services to our seniors. Now, we may not, can we do better? Absolutely, you can always do better. Do we have the same as every other town? No. Every town doesn't have the same services that every other town has. But we do the best we can do with what we have, and we put out the best services that we can for our seniors. So I can, if she wants to come, and she knows she can come to my office anytime she wants, and I can sit down and go over the things that we do and what we do, and we can do that. But most of the services that we have are posted on our website for senior citizens.
So do you think you can talk to the mayor and just ask him what was the materials that he used with his interview with the Chronicle, that,
Sure.
and then get a hold of those and send them to the council?
My guess is it probably came off the top of his head in his notes or whatever. I don't have anything official, but I'll talk with him.
Okay. I'd appreciate it. Also, if you want to hear from the seniors, maybe you can just put out your phone number right now. I mean, I'm sure it's going to reach a lot of people, and we'll see.
Councilman, it's on the website. You can go on the website, find my name and my phone number. I'll give it to him again. My phone number is 973-325-4050. If you have any complaints, please call my office.
Thank you.
Request or complaints.
Okay.
How's that? Request or complaints. Come on, you tell me you get complaints all the time.
okay.
You never give me names and phone numbers.
Mr. Sayers,
of people you
okay. I gotta say, I call you and you answer the phone, even if it's 6 o'clock, you're still at the office sometimes, so.
How do you solve the problem when you don't know who the people are or what their issues are?
Yeah, so we're gonna let Councilman Kovic complete his remarks.
Yeah.
Councilman, I'm sorry.
Certainly. I just want to ask a question because traditionally I have asked other questions that aren't specifically addressed in public comment, either now or during the liaison reports. And I was starting to do that, and you stopped me and said that there was an appropriate time to do that. You mentioned the public comment. Is this an appropriate time to try to...
Yeah, to respond to you, Councilman, if you look at your conference agenda, the portion where you started talking about policy issues reads council liaison announcements. So that's not an appropriate time to go over policy issues. Right now would be an appropriate time, or, as Madam Clerk mentioned, there's a portion in the agenda called pending matters, new matters, or council discussion, item number 11. So those are the appropriate times. So if you have any policy issues that you would like to bring up, this is the right time.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're policy or just trying to get more information and trying to spread it.
Sure.
But I just want to acknowledge that we had a very interesting conversation at our last council meeting, and we said that we were going to start using the matters pending, that section of the meeting that was changed, I guess maybe about 3 years ago. Councilwoman McCartney and I worked on some changes to the rules of council in our municipal code, and one of the things we and the council agreed on was to move the pending matters down to the end of the meeting agenda, and we're going to, I believe, have some comments tonight. I couldn't actually get it on the agenda, but there's a couple of pieces of legislation that I'm proposing that the council consider. One of them is on trying to make clear that all council members can ask questions about a proposed ordinance on first reading. And the second one has to do with redevelopment and my efforts to sort of clarify how much more information we can get about the construction progress. Yeah. So if anyone wants to stick around to hear that, it'll be at the end of the meeting. But I just wanted to ask a couple questions that I always ask about St. Mark's. Is there anything going on with that?
Yes. Actually, I had a conversation with Mr. Tracy a couple of days ago. They have changed their architect, and we're meeting with the new architect on Friday morning, Mr. Tracy and I, at 9:30. The building, Tom feels, is very well shored up. There's a couple of little issues that he wants to discuss with the new architect, which we're going to be discussing. Most of the discussion, I believe, is going to deal with what's going to happen now with the outside of the building. And once we have our meeting with the new architect, we're going to speak to the Historic Preservation Commission and then have them meet with them and decide what they want to do. So
Okay.
That's where we're at with it.
Sounds good. I noticed that there was something on the website. This is about the auction of the Ridgeway properties.
Right.
You know, this has been going on for a few months. There was an auction that was scheduled, and I guess something happened, and the administration put something up on the website that the response periods.
It's been extended to, I believe, November the 3rd, because there were some people who wanted to bid on the property but needed more time to put their information together. So we extended it to November the 3rd, and all the bids should be coming in on November the 3rd.
Just a quick question. A couple of weeks ago, I sent you and Council President Cirilo an email just asking for a briefing tonight to get a better understanding of some of the changes going on in the fire department. And I didn't hear anything back, but I wondered if now would be an appropriate time.
I sent you back an email. The chief is going to be here at 8 o'clock to discuss those.
The chief's going to be here tonight?
Yes.
At 8 o'clock?
Yeah. He couldn't be here before 8 o'clock, so he said he would be in at 8 o'clock. I did send you a response email.
Okay.
I don't know why you didn't get it.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I had.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Anybody else? Councilwoman?
Yeah. I wanted to thank Alex Barron for coming out this evening for the Relay for Life. I think it's 10 years, maybe longer, when Relay came to the council and asked us to pitch tents and sleep all night and walk all night, and no one really knew what they were talking about. And now, hundreds of thousands of dollars later, through the efforts of the township, it's been an amazing success here at the high school. And I appreciated all the resources that he gave us, because it's hopeful and it's helpful to know that when you do donate to such a cause, you can see how they are reinvesting all of our donations into the programs that they have. So again, just a reminder, their meeting, if you would like to volunteer, is November 10th at 6:30 at the Essex County Arena's meeting room. I wanted to thank Mr. Pringle. I don't see that he's still here, but for coming down. I know he did come and ask us about going to the pool. I know that that was immediately put in place. I'm sorry that Jack just stepped out. And maybe there was just a little bit of confusion, because the letter does state that you can receive transportation starting July 1st, but then it goes on to say that it would be every Friday, first, third Wednesday of the month. Pickup times it gives everyone, and then it says please call if you wish to participate. It doesn't really say to call if you want to ride every day. So this definitely needs to be revised, or put a policy in place that that people will know about, which leads me into the comments Mrs. Morelli made about the senior ROM. I know last year we had a health fair. That could be something that we look at sponsoring through the Public Relations Commission, Chamber. We can put something together on the Health Department. It sounds like a great idea. And even just for papers like this with that schedule, there is a grant pending right now for $10,000, and it is for brochure information and to put out the information that we're talking about. The recreation newsletter comes out every month. That has senior programming in it. The library newsletter comes out that has extensive senior programming in there. The health department does already have a booklet that's available upstairs in the health department. And this recently came out, the Seniors Blue Book. And this has Essex, Hudson, and Union County Senior Housing and Resource Directory. So we're always ready, willing, and able to put new programming in place. I do like the idea of the perennial student that I am, likes the idea of the enrichment programs, something definitely look at. The library, we've been talking at library meetings about changing the name, because with all the work that's being done at the library, not just the facade, but the book sale and moving 20,000 volumes out of the basement, they want to utilize the library to full capacity, and to change the name to Library and Community Center, because there are the Business 2.0, I didn't mention that before, Business 2.0 on Thursday evenings now being held there, other community organizations using the library, and it could also be used as facilitation for senior services. And I'm not really sure how to answer Mr. Schiller's question about employee morale. Ken, that's...
Thank you, Councilwoman. You know what, on that issue of employee morale, Mr. Schiller, actually I've seen some emails that go out daily, and Mr. Gross can attest to this, in which the mayor communicates with the staff every day, talks about, what to expect for the week, talks about, any particular historical significance to those days, and also to West Orange. So there is some communication going on, and I know that in the budget, we've also set aside some funding for training or inter-office activities to improve morale. Municipal government continues to become more expensive by the day, and we're trying to keep up with that expense. And in the face of cutbacks, we have to get creative and try to make sure that morale remains. So it's a very interesting subject that you bring up. Mr. Gross, I don't know if you want to talk a little bit more about that, witnessing those emails that go in and out from the mayor's office.
Yeah, I mean, look, we try to foster a very positive atmosphere at Town Hall on all of the departments. And we have, a lot of we have wellness programs, and we have a lot of things that we try to promote for our staff and with our staff. And of course, the mayor is always very supportive, privately and publicly, of staff. So I think that the morale is as good, if not better, here than they are in most municipalities. Having said that, it's been trying times, and so it is difficult sometimes. But I think, on the most part, we probably do as well or better than most municipalities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gross. And that was to Mr. Schiller's point. Ms. Morelli, thank you for agreeing to assist that Project Hope initiative. That's very kind of you, and also for all the work that you continue to do that you mentioned up there on behalf of the senior citizen population. It's commendable. We appreciate that. And going back to the list of items that you spoke about, the common theme that I see in some of the issues that you bring out is that the marketing can improve. And I believe that the administration has a blueprint of what they want to do to target marketing and information to our senior citizen population. We talked about all these different resources and options that are out there, including options at the library, options in other communities, social gatherings that we talked about. There's the Halloween event coming up, and some of it which appears in the recreation newsletter, but the recreation newsletter is not really focused or targeted or marketed towards the senior population. But I do know for a fact that the administration is working on that initiative, and we're looking forward to seeing what that product is going to look like, and that is consolidating all this information and targeting to the senior population. So that's the recurring theme that I gathered from listening to your points out there. And again, thank you for the work that you do. Mr. Pringle, on the issue with transportation, again, it's an issue of communication, and the flyer doesn't say, and I think that's what Mr. Sayers was trying to say, that even though the pickup days are limited with regards to the transportation to the town pool, a senior or someone from the rental house can always call and ask that they be transported over to the pool at any time. But the flyer doesn't have that information. We'll make sure that in the upcoming year is added to that. So with that said, any of my colleagues?
You've said it all.
Yeah. Councilwoman?
Yeah.
No, he said it all.
Okay. Yeah, Ms. Morelli, I did respond to your email. I did not see an email back, but I have nothing to hide. I could share with you. I have a printout that you could have. It came off the website, and a lot of the information is on the website, and I've been the first one to state that we need to update the website. I don't think it's user-friendly enough for our seniors. It needs to be tweaked, and I made my thoughts known to administration about that. A few years back, we had the Outlook, which was we had a vehicle to get information out to our, not only to our senior population, but to our entire community. That's been a big void in communications for us, and we need to improve upon that. That's why my colleague had submitted for a grant for $10,000. Her grant is for a communications newsletter that we could get out Because again, unfortunately, to get something out, mailed out, is funding. You came last spring, and you started advocating for aging in place, and I respected you for that, and I commend you for that. I started to investigate aging in place. Now, yes, we have a lot of programs, and I think we're all in agreement we could do better, and a lot of it has to do with funding and staffing and manpower. We keep hearing Montclair. Montclair had got a grant for $20,000 and went ahead with a comprehensive study. A year later, they went ahead and they received a $100,000 grant award to implement a lot of the services from that study, which I think is great information. Princeton, their advisory board is really a 501c3. It's a group of residents that are fundraising for their services, which is great. And Livingston and other towns are great models. You brought the information, and I've gone back to investigate that. Take a lot of hours during my work week, but it's definitely great information and worth investigating. What we can do now is, and what we will do, it's scheduled by the grant writer, but there are other grants that have been mentioned here, and they get prioritized by deadline dates. The date we could apply, the grant we're going to apply for is from Partners in Health for $10,000 for a grant to receive about $10,000 that we could do a comprehensive study and hire Montclair State University. And pretty much they'll come in, they'll interview about 800 of our residents or senior residents. They'll get great data. They'll go to our senior buildings. They'll look at our transportation. They'll look at our recreation services. And they'll formulate all this data into a presentation for us where we could look at and decide what we can implement. Well, then you'll need funding for implementation. So by next year, this another grant that Partners in Health we could qualify for we could go for a large amount of money, up to $100,000, where we could be able to implement a lot of the services that we're looking for. Now, I did ask Montclair what kind of services they implemented with their $100,000, because I was curious to see when you get the funding, what are other towns doing with the funding? And a lot of their funds went towards transportation, and we've been pretty fortunate that because we have the jitney service here in the township where we just expanded not only for our commuters, but those jitneys are also being used during the daytime for our senior residents. And I know I've received phone calls over the summer, which I did transfer to Mr. Sayers into the health department. And I know residents wanted to change routes a little bit, and they were able to. And I thought we were very accommodating. And now with the expanding our vehicles or updating our vehicles, when Mr. Lepore was here at the last meeting, we're going to be able, hopefully, to provide some more services. I had asked Mr. Sayers and the mayor to talk to the school district for a joint partnership with their bus drivers during the day, because the more drivers we could get, the more services we could provide. So there's a lot going on that is being worked on, and I think will be instrumental, and our seniors will benefit. Years ago, the computer labs at the high school, actually Karen Tarnoff had hosted a lot of those classes. And I've asked the school board to go back and ask them to, see if they could implement some of those classes, if they have someone to teach at night, and offer free computer classes to our residents. And a lot of good stuff is in the works, so hopefully it will come to fruition. But we do need to get this information out there, and we need to get a vehicle to get out there. Right now, you can go on the website and access the information, and also look at the other vehicles that my colleagues have mentioned. So always room for improvement, items that we are working on. And, thank you. And Mr. Schilling, good to see you again. Thank you for coming down. And morale is important. And I appreciate all the comments tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. Council.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. Yes, Mr. Schiller, thank you for coming down. It was good seeing you a few weeks ago when I was in the area. And yes, morale is very important for the services that our town employees deliver. Good morale is very, very important in all our departments. Talking about senior services, you know, we talk about getting this grant, we talk about getting that grant, we talk about doing this service and that service. It's communication. The most important thing is communication and getting it out to our seniors, and that's very important. We can't always say, is it up on the website? Because a lot of our seniors don't use the website. A lot of our seniors can't use the website, whether physically or not. We need to get it in handwritten and material printed to our seniors. I'll give you a prime example of all the services the library does, which is right over here, connected to the rent-a-house. They have all these great programs they go on, and the most they ever get from the seniors is 5. 5 people for all the things that they do with the library, because one, either they don't know about it, and we need to let them know about it. So with all the grants we're saying we're going to get this grant, I think the most important thing we need to do is put together a grant that's going to help us produce a document and a manual that we can send out to our seniors that they would have in hand, with full communications on where to reach this, where to reach that, and what's available. Because keep constantly saying it's on the website doesn't do any good. And the thing is, we need to use it.
Keep going.
I'm sorry. So that's the most important issue to look when we do our grants. But also, don't hedge your bets on saying we're going to apply for this grant and you think you're going to get it. You do remember there's 525 other municipalities out there applying for the same pool of money that we are. So we need to think of being creative, but the most important thing is to use what we got now, but also communicate to the people in most need of these services. And that's what I recommend to my colleagues, is that we need to find a way of distributing the information to particularly our seniors, and not always say the easy way that, well, it's on the website, because it's not that easy. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. And as you spoke, I was looking at looking at Anthony's gift of today, newsletter from Department of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs, Essex County. It reads, Let's Play. So I know Mr. Sayers is looking at your publication here as an option. So we kind of, Ms. Morelli, we kind of know what we need to do in terms of marketing and, of course, improving the programming. So with that said, Councilman Kukovic, you asked Chief Smeraldo, you had some questions about Chief Smeraldo. I hope he's okay. He's made it up here. He seems a little banged up. You okay?
Do what I asked him to do today.
Employee morale. Here you go.
I had a meeting with the unions today. Deputy Chief Shelley stepped down, and Captain Matullo stepped up. And, so. Actually, I would like to acknowledge the fact that Deputy Chief Shelley just stepped down as the SOA president. And he's done a magnificent job for many, many years. And that Captain Matullo now was just recently elected by his peers to be the new SOA president. So that, for your own edification.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Smeraldo. I'm going to have to get used to calling you Mr. pretty soon. Is that correct? Maybe you can tell us a little bit about the retirement. I thought that was a significant potential shift in the department, so I just wanted to try to find out what's going on, what's the timeline.
I plan on retiring sometime next year, Councilman. So that's basically it. And then I'm preparing the staff to ascend the ranks, and I'm confident that they'll do an excellent job, and hopefully, I'm hoping they actually do a better job than I did. It's the success of any organization that you hope to do better under the next leader than the previous one.
And how many years have you served West Orange?
It'll be 30 years.
So thank you very much. Just wanted to also ask about, there's, I guess with the recent changes over the last year, that we've taken one of the apparatuses out of service, and I wonder if you could just sort of describe how that's impacting the department's service to residents.
Well, as you're probably aware, because we discussed this in budget hearings and we discussed it for many years, unfortunately, the volunteerism in the country as a whole is taking a hit, and locally we had a problem with our first aid squad whereby they had a problem staffing on a volunteer basis, and they went to a paid basis, and there was other issues that went along with it that unfortunately it meant that somebody had to step up and take over. We were prepared. I assumed the department back in 2004 as the chief, and we worked toward building the personnel up to everyone being an EMT, and to this date, every member of the department is an EMT.
I looked at it as a business model in the sense of that we're always being looked at in government that we want to do more with less. So I consolidated 2 positions into one in theory, and therefore that's why everyone in the department is an EMT. When we assumed that role of full-time EMS last September 1 of 2015, we had to look at what was the structural way that we were going to provide the service to the municipality. Now, the staffing levels did not change. We did not increase, we did not decrease, but we had to provide a service. We're a very, very busy agency. As of right now, according to the 2015 statistics of the New Jersey Division of Fire Safety, we're the 10th busiest fire department in the state of New Jersey. We run over, last year was just below 6,000. I can tell you, as of yesterday, we hit an all-time high. We were over 6,000 calls to date this year. So I'm assuming by the year's end, we're going to be in the top 10, probably closer to the top 5 of agencies' response. And we do that with the same amount of people. And I'm very proud of the work that these our people are doing for us, but it's busy. And so to go to your question of, we had to figure out how we're going to deliver the service. Well, we need to have 2 ambulances in the service around the clock. Everybody's acknowledged that, including when we had the squad and everything else. So when you have 17 people on duty round the clock, you can't staff every single piece of equipment below standards. And we have standards in the industry, the NFPA, where they say whereas we actually should be putting 4 personnel on every apparatus, but we've made a decision in this town as a model to run with 3 people on an apparatus. I couldn't do that without adding more people to put a second ambulance in. So the decision was made, and I made the decision to shut an engine company down. And that company was the one at Station 1. What I did was we only had 2 people on the ladder, and I distributed the third person to the ladder truck and put 2 people on a rescue. So we still, in theory, we have 17 people. It's just on more equipment. We also opened up a 5th fire station, which was the former first aid squad. And we made it into the geographically centered as possible into the town. We put the ambulances that can respond to all directions of the town and get on 280 at any given time fairly quickly. And we looked at what was the best engine to shut down, and it came to be that it was at Fire Station 1 at headquarters. And the reason that was determined was because of the vastness of our town, and the fact that the proximity of our mutual aid partners that are nearby can respond with engines when we want to call. So that was the decision we made, and that was the decision I made. Before we made this decision, I will tell you this, I asked for input from the administration. I asked for input from the unions. I asked input from my deputy chiefs to make a decision. And the best laid plan that we can come up with based on the amount of people we have is the current plan we have. I promised the unions, I met with the unions to explain to them. I met with the administration to explain to them. I think I met with the council in budget hearings as to what we should do. For the record, and I'm sure you all know, I've always asked for more personnel. I will continue to ask for more personnel. I think we need more personnel, but I also understand that there is responsibilities of the administration and the legislative body to say, this is our insurance policy, this is what we want to use, and this is what I'm going to operate with. I operate within what my budget is, but I'm going to ask you for more people next year. I can guarantee you. So,
good for you.
And that's how we operate. So, yeah, I'd love to have that engine back in service, and I think we should have that engine back in service, and I think we should hire more people to put it back in service. But that's my recommendation as your local expert. You are the experts when it comes to the budget. You are the experts when it comes to the administration. We work together as a team. We look to put together the best plan we could possibly run. And if you say this is what I'm going to have, well, this is what I'm going to make it work. We make it work. This department is very efficient. This department is very good, and I'll put this department up against any other department because based on the call volume per firefighter and the amount of people we have in this town, you know, I look at the seal up there, it says the Township of West Orange. We have a lot of communities in this town. I live in this town. I reside in this town, raised my family in this town. But I operate this department as a city because we're very busy like a city. I don't call it a city. I don't want to identify as a city, but there's times as a manager I have to realize I'm running a city-type operation. Well, city-type operation needs more personnel, plain and simple. And another engine company.
And equipment.
Chief, budget-wise, how much would it cost to to get that engine on the road?
Well, you need at least 12 people round the clock, including 4 officers with it at 12. So you're talking another $1.5 million or so, give or take $1 million.
Councilman Kukoviac, any more?
As I look at this.
Closer to that.
As you look at the CFO.
There's a 2 in front of that. There will be a 2 in front of that.
So if we've taken that engine out of service, then I guess that engine probably served a lot of the Main Street area, the Valley Street area?
That is correct.
So how are you serving those areas now?
Well, we still have a fully staffed ladder truck, which is the newest piece of equipment we have, and that has the 3 people on there. They run on first responder calls. So when it comes to a medical call, if it's anything of an ALS nature where it requires a paramedic, we will send that ladder out also. If it's a fire-based call, they go on as a ladder truck, whereas they would in the entire town, because their response area is actually the entire community besides the valley. And we then send engines in from Station 2 on Washington Street and from Ridgeway Ave. If it's a working structure fire, then the tour commanders are ordered to automatically call for mutual aid. All they have to do, myself, Aziz Nekakar, who used to work for Mr. Trank, and Chief Caruso from Belleville, we helped craft a mutual aid plan back in 2013-14 that was legislatively passed by every municipality in the county. And I'm proud to say that we were the first to do that in West Orange throughout the county, that we have a much better mutual aid response system now, whereby my chiefs just have to call up and say, give me a second alarm and 2 engines in the truck coming from other municipalities, automatic. So we have to recognize that while we may have lost something, we have gained something in respect of local and on a greater regional response.
So I'm just thinking about the St. Mark's Church that went up on early New Year's Eve, and it was just right down the street from the headquarters. Did this change impact your response at all?
Absolutely not.
Because I've seen
that fire would have been away from us. I'll explain it to you this way. That fire was tactically attacked by our personnel in the proper way you're supposed to. A building of that magnitude requires what we call the 2.5-inch hand line. Basically, it's a mini source system that you're carrying in with you, and it's producing at least 250 gallons per minute per hose line. We had 2 of them in there. When they opened up the first line, they went from the basement through the roof. They blew a hole through the roof from the interior of the building. There was no way that we were saving that building. It's unfortunate. It's just time of day, time of year, time of bad luck, and it's just no matter what we could have been doing fire watch there. It's unfortunate, and trust me, when the personnel lose buildings, it's not always a great feeling because it's a little pride in there. You know, we want to do our job correctly. Fires happen. We will respond to fires. We like to work, but we don't like to do it at the tragedy of somebody and when they lose something, especially something as historic as the church over here. So,
just very quickly, I never heard what the determination was the source of the fire. Was there ever a determination that?
No, it was in the hands of the prosecutor's office, and they would have to give you that answer.
Thank you very much. 2 more quick questions. Just want to know, what's your schedule with getting recruits into the academy? Do you have anybody?
We have 4 recruits currently in the academy. They'll be graduating in November 10th up at the academy. If you're more than welcome to come visit the academy and watch the new program. This is something else I was involved with. We now have our recruits go through the same type of training as our police officers. They do the post and drill and shave their heads and get in line and everything else. And it's impressive because we want to teach them discipline from the very beginning, from when they get on the job, because it's very important to maintain discipline and order on the fire ground. And we're very proud of that result. So when we've now placed, I think about 37 recruits, or about out of 55 firefighters through that academy. So it's quite impressive. And then we anticipate several more retirements next year. And it might take about 4 or 5 to replace me, but
And just the last question about how is overtime coming? You're talking about you guys are really busy. You've taken
overtime is overtime, and you know, there's some necessary evils that come with overtime, and unfortunately, as I explained in my budgets, you know, we have people retired. We've had some very long-term illnesses with some of our employees, and some of them are recurring, and it's unfortunate, but it happens, and because of contractual obligations, because of minimal staffing levels, and because of the way we operate, we don't really have that much of a relief factor when it comes to granting contractually obligated leaves. So that in itself, you know, you want to pay for more personnel, or do you want to pay overtime and not pay the fringe benefits? It's the quagmire we have to deal with, and you know, I would prefer to have more people on duty, and don't tell this to the guys, and I hope they're not taping this, but I'd rather have more people on duty than pay them overtime. Yeah, but that's just the nature of the beast.
Yeah. No, I was just curious as to whether, since we started this sort of new plan, I guess September 1st last year, whether overtime year to date this year is running ahead of last year.
Oh yeah, it is. Yes, but we've also, you got to remember also. We've also assumed a lot of responsibilities that used to be done for free by the first aid squad, football games, parades, and things of that nature. And unfortunately, as I go back to the city analogy and the township analogy, there's some things that we're obligated just to do just for the overall safety of the public. And as we increase as a township as far as activities and events that we host, and it seems like we're hosting all kinds of activities, you know, we're utilizing our personnel more. Just like we use the police.
Thank you, Chief. Any additional questions?
If I could, just one more question. As you probably know, some of us were over, on the council were over talking to some of the officers and firefighters a week or two ago, and they were talking about some of the maintenance and repairs at the fire station at the headquarters that they said that we as the council have sort of funded, but they haven't actually occurred yet. And I just wondered, is that something?
Are you talking about apparatus, or are you talking about buildings?
No, I'm talking about the physical buildings.
We can talk about both if you like.
The physical buildings. I'm going
to open the door for you.
I got a short tour. No, I just got a short tour to the showers, and that was plenty for me. So I don't
know, Councilman, how to answer that. You're going into the showers with the firemen. No, we have some
I did too, but don't spread rumors.
We have some issues with our buildings, and they're old, and there is some need of much needed repair to the buildings. We realized that there has been some funding allocated, and there has been some improvements done, but there's a lot of improvements that still need to be done. But we also had a survey, or an engineering company come out to survey all our structures to determine what kind of plan we had. And I'm working with Mr. Lepore on that, and we're trying to identify and prioritize and come up with a solid plan to fix them. But yes, those showers are terrible, and they need to be fixed, and there's a few other things that have to be fixed. So,
is there anything that we can do as a council to push that along?
That's a loaded question.
We put the money in the budget, so I'm just.
I think, just to be clear, the money that was put in the budget is still there. It has not been spent on other
Some of it
things.
has been spent, not a lot of it.
Some of it's been spent on the firehouse.
Right,
and
on some of the projects.
Spent on other things.
On some of the projects, but the major projects, though, Councilman, that's like I said. In order to get that done, we really need to get that finalize that engineering report. We have to prioritize, and we have to identify which ones are going to be done first. And some of them may exceed what has been approved, and some things may be less than what we anticipated originally. So, so we'll look at that.
We felt very strongly, while money was put aside to do certain things, that it was very important that we do an evaluation, have a professional evaluation of the facilities, so that we were putting the money to the most important things first. So that's taken longer than we thought it would take, but certainly I think we're on the brink of being able to.
And I will tell you this: some of the things that helped to step up. When we assumed Fire Station 5, the former First Aid Squad, we used to be Fire Station 3 originally. There were some things that needed to be repaired, and the firefighters were like, "Man, this isn't really the best of living conditions here," and we spoke to them, and I spoke frankly with them. I said, "Look, I'll get you the money if you volunteer to do this yourselves, or you have to wait for the process. So you want to wait for the process like the bathroom, or do you want to do it yourselves?" And we had a boatload of people step up to do that particular project. But we can't expect them to do it every single one because some is beyond their expertise, some is beyond their technical skills, some of it they're working, they can't do it. So it's hard to do. Recently, our headquarters, our radio room was just upgraded. We changed it into the chief operations office, and we had it done, completed by a Boy Scout. So he just recently completed. We got to sign off on his paperwork. We intend to recognize him for that. But he and his colleagues or fellow scouts revamped the new room for him. So we have this new complete, and the room was in disrepair. The old radio console was falling apart. We got rid of it, and it pretty much only cost us some paint and a few other items to get it upgraded. So there's some things that are more than just a couple gallons of paint that need to be rectified or remedied.
Can I ask a question?
So thanks and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Casalino.
Yeah, now, Mr. Sears, Friday, because I was inquiring about this last week, so did personnel go down to headquarters last week and reevaluate? Because I know with that bathroom, I was told that is a project that is a little more extensive.
I don't recall if anybody was down there on Friday. I can't tell you because I wasn't there. I was kind of busy.
Okay. I'll follow up with Mr. Lepore.
So
It's a quick question for Mr. Gross. Did you commission a physical needs assessment yet?
Yes, that's
Okay, good.
that's what we're
That would
waiting
be
for the
perfect.
That's what we're waiting for.
Terrific.
Because we want to make sure that the money that we put in, we want to hit the right
Right,
spots.
and also-
You know, there's a lot of needs there, and we want to use the money most efficiently and most effectively, and where we're going to protect the health, welfare, and safety of the firefighters.
And they can give you the registry over time, what to prioritize.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Gross. Question?
No, I was going to say, and Chief, I mean, you're talking about equipment. Equipment is equipment, and your rigs are getting to the point where they're past their prime.
Oh, do we have another half hour?
No, no.
No, I didn't budget for that.
You know what, Councilman, I got to say one thing about our rigs that they're tired, they're worn, they're beat up, but they have been doing the job. But it's becoming to the point where we need to really evaluate that. And while we received a new ladder truck and we remounted 2 ambulances, the ambulances only last about 5 years or so. And one of the remounts we did back in February already has about 15,000 miles on it. So they don't last as long. The apparatus, I have an engine that's from 1984. It needs to be replaced. I put in the budget. Again, we work as a team. We work as partnership. You know, you guys give me the money, I'll go buy it. But you know, it's becoming to the point where it becomes a necessity, and I won't say otherwise.
No, thank you.
I will always fight for that. So, sorry, boss, but I gotta do my job.
Do your job, my friend.
Thank you, Chief.
I have another question. So that leads me to, so you have a strategic plan for your department, and where are you at with that? I mean, obviously, it sounds like you're behind.
We're trying to catch up. How's that?
Okay.
Is that a politically correct answer?
I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Well, we need improvements, and I have submitted a budget to Mr. Gross based on a 7-year plan on what we could do to help improve the conditions of the department.
Fair answer.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
Oh, I don't have any questions. I do know that you do have 2 colleagues with you. If they have confirmed or what he's saying, they're here to confirm what you're saying. They will not.
They will not.
They'll walk out looking like you.
Who used the Halligan on his head? That's right.
Actually, we're joking, but they're here because they actually are in support of what we do, and they believe in the mission of the department, and these are 2 people who represent what we do here, and and I wouldn't say that otherwise. I would say that to them now, and I'd say to them on camera or anywhere else. But they're here because they want to be here, not because they were dragged here, and they believe in what we do also, and they're very good support to what I do as the mission for the department. So
It was a thank you. It was a thank you for being here.
And I would like to mention, because Councilwoman McCartney went there today, we did receive one of our captains, Steve Highwell. He put in for a grant with our new grant writer, and we received a $18,150 grant today from Firehouse Subs to further enhance the safety of our firefighters. It's for escape training, bailout training, how to get through windows, and if they get stuck, and it's gonna be at no cost to the township. They submitted it, and we received the grant today. So
Congratulations.
There's no match or any other funding to go with it.
We found out that they have given out $23 million since 2005. Wow.
Yeah.
Just from Firehouse subs and local donations
They said local
to the fund.
donations, and they said one of the interesting things is the pickle pails. They sell pickle pails for $2, then all that money goes to the budget. So all that $23 million was based on overage and pickle pails.
Bring them to town. Let's bring them to town.
And Denise Rodriguez is submitting your one for the breathing apparatus as well.
Correct, yep. Yeah, we are currently seeking the grant to replace all our self-contained breathing apparatus, the
Yeah.
packs that you see the guys wear at the back. It's probably going to be close to about $600,000 to replace this equipment. There's nothing, unfortunately, in the fire service, nothing comes
It's cheap.
No.
It's just the nature of the beast.
Thank you, Chief.
Stay safe.
Thank you for being here, for all the work that you guys do.
Okay. Thanks. Have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, that completes the public comment portion of our agenda.
Okay, now we're going to review the consent agenda. Approval of minutes of previous meeting, public and executive session, October 6, 2016.
Consent.
Report of township officers, none. Reading of petitions, communications, and bids, none. Bills, are there any questions on the bills?
Consent.
Resolutions, are any resolutions being pulled this evening?
Madam Clerk, we're going to pull 228-16.
228-16?
Correct.
Okay. Any others?
Councilman Kukoviac.
I'd like to pull agenda item A, resolution 225-16, resolution authorizing the Mayor's Sunshine Fund to be deposited into a segregated township trust account, et cetera, et cetera. And then I just also had some questions on some of the other resolutions, but I didn't want to pull them.
Do you want to do the questions?
Yeah, let's do the questions now.
Okay. On agenda item E, resolution 229-16. This is a resolution approving the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency consent to access agreement for property located at 18 Central Avenue. Let me just find my notes here.
Yes, this deals with the Selective Flash site, Mr. Groviak, and the bottom line is the United States Environmental Protection Agency is an entity of the United States government. They ask for permission, and the law department strongly recommends that the Township Council authorizes us to cooperate with the United States government.
Right, I'm sorry, Mr. Gross answered most of my questions. I just wanted to make sure whether, since this property is part of a Superfund site, is there any other property here in West Orange that you know of that's part of the Superfund?
Mr. Lepore would have to answer that. I don't know off the top of my head. Okay. This whole area is.
Great, thank you. Agenda item G. It's Resolution 231-16, resolution authorizing the retention of UMR United Healthcare as the township's third-party administrator for its self-insured health benefits program. I just wanted to flag this because just very recently the county, the Essex County, just recently decided to return to the state health benefits fund, which has actually for 2017 actually reduced its rates slightly. I think it's like 0.1%, and saved about $10 million or so for them as compared with what they were going to have to pay for a commercial provider. And I know we've been back and forth on this several years, and I don't have details about how the county has decided to move back into the health benefits, the state fund. But I wanted to ask about that because in my questions to you, it seemed to indicate that you or the administration feels that we don't have any time now to consider doing the same thing for West Orange.
Well, it's not about time. I mean, the rates that we're paying are still less than the state health benefits rates, notwithstanding. The county's rates were much, much higher than the rates that we were paying. So at this point in time, doesn't make, we couldn't move into it. On top of that, the plans are no longer equal. So there may even be, even if the rates were to shift, there may be some question as to whether or not we could legally move in without negotiating that. But at this point in time, that's not an issue because we're still paying less than the state health benefit rates.
What's the differential at this point?
When we did the analysis last year, I mean, we'll do it again next year. For this year, it was about $600,000 or $700,000 difference.
And what's that on a percentage basis? Just
$10 million.
the whole reason I'm asking is because, of course,
$600,000 on $10, $11 million.
6%.
right. So it's about 5 or 6%. Okay. Has the township gone out and tried and completed the process for getting rates for 2017?
Well, this is part of that. I mean, this is the administrative cost. As part of this, there are additional discounts higher and above than what we got last year on the actual claims. So we think that this is going to work out very well for us in terms of keeping our claims, moderating any increases in our claims. We won't know the answers to that. Claims are a very fluid thing, so we really won't know how we're doing with claims till the end of the year. Because you really can't track them. There's no real life cycle. Like if we tend to go up in June one year, it doesn't mean we're going to go up in June the next year, and vice versa, going down. So we'll know at the end of the year how we're doing with the claims. But this particular contract will give us additional discounts that we didn't get this year from our current provider. So on the claims themselves. So this is a move to continue to keep our costs down as well.
Okay, so again, I apologize. Can you refresh my memory on what the timetable is for determining whether you want to go into the state fund or continue on, getting commercial insurance, and what the timetable is relative to 2017?
Well, if you approve this tonight, and we're not recommending that we make a change, we can't. First off, we'd have to. As I said before, first off, the rates would have to be lowered. They're not. So it would make no sense to go to 217 now. And the second thing is, to the extent that there are differences in the plans, you'd have to determine whether we could do it unilaterally or whether it would have to be negotiated. So there is no opportunity for 2017. We will watch that for 2018 and see how our claims go and see how this process moves along. Right now, this is a commitment to go through and be self-insured for 2017. And with a new third-party administrator, which will give us additional discounts on our claims.
And that was my last question. It looks like we're saving something on the order of about $200,000, which is like 27%. How in the world can that have gone down that significantly in an industry that just has,
well, again,
the costs are out of control?
This is administrative costs. So to the extent that United is a big player, they're a very large player, and they're in a position to give us those discounts. So you can see from the results, they weren't the only ones that were less than the IDA, but they were of the two, they were certainly the least expensive, and provided a better network for our employees, and provided us additional discounts. This is a no-brainer to us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know you guys have worked really hard over the last couple of contract cycles to try to get more contribution from some of our collective bargaining units, and from what I've heard talking to them, it's actually happening that they're very interested in trying to reduce costs. But you're saying that there's no way we could save money by going back into the state.
State health benefit, it's more expensive. There's no way around that. Right now, it's more expensive. Could that change in the future?
It's going up this year.
Yeah, it went up a bit.
6% for retirees. Our biggest problem is we have retiree benefits we pay for. So the state health benefit plan went up 6% on their retiree benefits.
And it went down slightly on the employees.
That's a big number for us.
Actually, it went up 2.5% on employees. Or the average was 2.5% overall. in terms of the, for the year.
I'm not sure what the number was on, I know the retirees went up by 6, though.
Yeah, so if
Around
that went,
6%.
so if the employee side went down a little bit, that would make sense.
Yeah.
How are we doing, so I guess you can't tell me how we're doing this year compared to
Like I
last year?
said, we can't,
Because-
I can't,
But that's
I can
not
say,
the
oh,
question.
I'm up
We're not
100,000.
talking about
down,
insurance
but
plans.
it's done.
Third-party administrators.
Well, when do you get your experience report at the end of the year, right?
And we have our experience every day. We pay our claims directly, so we
Okay.
know what our experience is
Every
today.
day.
What we don't know is, what am I going to pay over the next 2
Yeah,
months?
okay.
Problem is,
Councilman,
if
any
you
more
had some,
questions?
if you had some procedures done in November or December, we're not getting that until February. Because by the
Yeah,
time the doctor
it's a
submits the
backlog.
claims, we have to pay them. So usually it's the month after the end of the year.
Councilman Kukoviac?
Yeah, I just got one more resolution.
Sure.
I want to just,
Oh.
it's, and if everybody else has finished asking questions about this, I didn't want
Please,
to
go
cut them
ahead.
off. Did you have any more? Councilman?
No, I'll wait till you're done, and then
Okay.
I'll do all my
Okay.
comments.
Agenda item H, Resolution 232, resolution authorizing the award of contracts for IT network managed services. I think I came up with an initial annual budget number of about $76,000.
That's
Does
about
that sound about right?
Yeah, this is not new money. This is money we're already spending. We've just went out and competitively bid it, so.
That's what I was going to ask you, whether it,
That's
how
right.
it saved money or increased productivity or efficiency.
Well, I think in the long run, it's going to save us money, more money than just what we're talking about here, because what part of this is we're selecting 3 companies now that when we have projects that wouldn't necessarily go to a bid, they're not big enough to be bid products, but we have 3 companies now we can go to and have them create proposals for us, and they'll be, in essence, bidding against each other during the contract period. So it's really, this is another one we're really excited about. We think this could save us a lot of money.
So I didn't get that in reading the contracts. It looked like they were all fixed costs for when we go out to them. So how would they be competing against each other?
There's 2 contracts for services, one for services for the police department network, and there's one for service for the non-uniform network, the town hall and the rest of us. But then there's also each sort of 3, there are 3 contractors who also got a contract for projects, project-based, where they basically said, this is our hourly rates that we're going to charge for contracts. And now, when we have proposals, we have small projects with maybe, $25,000, $30,000 projects, which we don't have to go out to bid, because if it's under $40,000, we now have people that we, number one, know our systems, and that's really important, because one of the things we find when we go out to do competitive, we tend, the bidders or the quoters tend to build money in for what they don't know, because they don't know our system. So they're not sure. So now we're going to have 3 different companies that are very familiar with us, and then they can bid for these projects against each other. And we really think that's going to be a big plus for us.
Okay, just one more question. Why is the non-uniform cost so much higher than the uniformed?
Because we're doing an addition, number one, we have multiple buildings that we're dealing with, and they're doing more network service on that end than they're doing in the police department. The police department's alternate is more of on a per hour basis. You'll notice in there's a tranche of hours that we're paying for, whereas the other one is basically there's an hourly staff that's going to be assigned here as well, 1 day a week or 2 half days, which we're not getting in the police department, and they will have additional responsibility in terms of managing the network itself.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman?
I just want to thank Mr. Gross. I sat with him on the phone the other day for about an hour going all over this, and I'm glad you dove in on the IT network systems management, because that is key, and that will help us with our overall efficiency. So good job on the due diligence, and also it's great to see you coming out of the dinosaur age with our technology here at the township. So nice job.
The answer to your prayers, is that it?
We've become more efficient.
Madam Clerk?
Save money.
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is implemented. Resolution D, 228-16, resolution designating Central Valley Corridor as area in need of redevelopment.
Yeah, let's start with D. We have.
Oh, you want to start with D? Okay.
Want to do Sunshine Fund first?
No, let's start with D. You're up there already.
You got them both.
I'm doing both.
Yeah,
Sunshine
start with
Fund
D.
may be,
We have people here for D,
okay,
so.
awesome,
that's,
awesome, awesome. Okay. So, obviously, everyone in this town is well aware of the area we're talking about. It's Central Avenue, it's Mitchell Street, it's obviously the Carter and the Barrier, the properties that are immediately contiguous to Orange. We know that Joe Alpert, and again, Councilwoman McCartney has been integrally involved in this for many, many years. But basically, for the last 10 years plus, Mr. Alpert has been working on the Harvard Press site. The Harvard Press site, we all know, is immediately adjacent to the Highlands train station. We all know that everything is about transit villages and all the positives. The bottom line is, approximately 6 to 8 months ago, whatever, it came to my attention that with regard to the Selecto Flash property, that the township was owed over $550,000 in real estate taxes. At that point, I reached out to the secured creditor, Valley National Bank. They indicated in no uncertain terms that they were not going to pay the taxes, and that they said that the remedy, obviously, which we all know, is a tax foreclosure. That tax foreclosure action was commenced with your authorization and is nearing a conclusion, meaning that all the papers are into Trenton. We've been told the papers will be issued, but basically now we have site control. We filed a motion, which was granted by the Chancery Court, allowing us to take possession of the property. And in the near future, we'll probably present to you some interim license agreement with regard to certain activities, what I'll call, that are on Mitchell Street. Having said that, as you are also aware, this is part of a BDA, Brownsfield Development Area, and that the DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection, has been having meetings forever. Rose DeSena has been actively involved in this. And the bottom line of the story is the mayor said to me, Mr. Trank, we've got to get this property, this Carter, moving. We've got to do everything we can to work with Mr. Alpert. Obviously, this area has had numerous challenges for, again, far in exceeding a decade. And the properties have not been maintained and were not being maintained. So we obviously made specific efforts to try to get the property owners to comply with our property maintenance and housing codes. At that point, after we came before you and asked to refer this pursuant to the redevelopment law to the planning board had hearings, and the planning board obviously has presented the recommendation back to you to designate the area in need of redevelopment. So let me approach the issues in specific order, and then obviously our planner, who's been involved in this from the outset, from Matrix, will get up and give you a quick overview. But you all have all the reports. They've all been made available to the public and whatnot. So obviously, we're probably better off to answer your questions. Number one, the fact that we put in this redevelopment area that it includes the power of condemnation does not mean, does not require, and does not necessarily provide that we will ever condemn any of these properties in this site. As you know, Harvard Press is owned by Mr. Albert, and Mr. Albert is moving forward on the Harvard Press. He was given approval for 100 apartment units in West Orange. He is not ready yet to start construction on them, but he is starting in the Orange site. Our request to him, and he is moving forward diligently, is that he take down the buildings, meaning the Freegan's building that you've all seen on the West Orange side, and the Harvard Press buildings are both coming down, I believe, as we speak, because he has to take them down because they're connected, as you know. So the bottom line is, certainly from a public safety and just from I'll call it from an appearance standpoint, getting the buildings down is a positive. So again, Mr. Alpert, we brought him and prosecuted him in a municipal court. He has paid significant fines, and we have also put him on a very, very tight time frame to get He's getting the disconnects as we speak. As a result of Mr. Sayre's efforts, PSE&G came out there immediately, and he's getting his disconnects. He'll come in for his demo permit. We'll give him his demo permit. And again, I am hopeful. He has a demo contract with a independent contractor who he's selected, and he showed us the contract. And under a court order that was approved by Municipal Court Judge Dowd, and which was contended to by Mr. Albert, we anticipate that the Freegan's building and the Harvard Price buildings will hopefully be down. Certainly, again, certain things are, you can't tell the utilities when to disconnect, and you can't demo and issue permits until those are done. But the way it's moving at this point, and I spoke to Mr. Albert on Friday or Monday, we certainly expect that by Thanksgiving, which is about a month away, obviously, that these buildings will be down. So next, Selective Flash. Selective Flash is an acre and a half. That, again, is a property that, quote, we control and will own. As you all know, when the township owns property, we are able to get grants and monies from the DEP to deal with this environmental contamination. And again, the DEP has been incredibly cooperative. And again, we have meetings here every month to 2 months. And all the parties, including Orange, because Orange is kind of, they're a partner because that site is going to all open up that area, is actively involved in it. And so, again, with regard to Selective Flash, and again, Ms. Liu is here. She just recently purchased the property in May or June, the 8-10 Biddleman property that we often call it, which is immediately adjacent to the Krausers. There have been and continue to be enforcement efforts with regard to Ms. Liu. She was convicted in municipal court for not getting a CCO, continued certificate of occupancy, and buying the property. She has been cited by the DEP. Her counsel is here, Mr. Lipstein. I'm sure he's going to talk. And obviously, Mr. Krakowiak spoke on their behalf for some reason at the planning board meeting, which is up to him. But the bottom line of the story is we're going to enforce the law. The DEP has put them on notice that they have to hire what's called an LSRP, a licensed site remediation provider, and they have to comply with the environmental laws of the state of New Jersey. They do not qualify. Private property owners do not qualify for the BDA, DEP money that the municipality will qualify for. So in municipal court, after a trial, the entity that owns 8-10, it's owned and controlled by Ms. Liu, was convicted, was fined for property maintenance and for failure to get a CCO, which is the law in this township, approximately $8,000 or $9,000. Today I received from Mr. Lipstein that he has filed a notice of appeal, which he has every right to do, and we will obviously pursue that matter in the Superior Court. But again, the bottom line of the story is the purpose, as you know, of redevelopment is to serve as a spark plug to allow there to be an integrated and coordinated basically rehabilitation of this whole corridor. So with regard to what the plan will be, again, that's not before you tonight. Again, I will obviously tell you publicly what's been said on many, many occasions, that there is a sense that additional parking in this area would be a good thing. Obviously, you have Luna Theater, you have a number of restaurants that are opening and are thriving. There is a parking issue at different times here, and the mayor has asked us to look at it. We've basically put that out there. Now, Mr. Alpert has indicated to us if he could do some shared parking, he might be able to get the financing and get his 100 units in West Orange up quicker. So again, that's part of a dialogue and discussion matrix we're having with them, and that will be fully public before the planning board as it moves forward. I'm just telling you right now, if you said, what's the vision for that? The only thing I can identify is let's go through the plan process, which is the next phase, is not this phase. And parking has been identified as a need. There are plenty of other needs. So obviously, they will come out. And again, as you know, by creating a redevelopment area, it's an overlay zone. It basically allows you to be more creative and comprehensive in doing what's needed to get these properties back as economically viable properties, either with public purpose or public-private. But again, that is the segue I'll make to our planner, who has done. I caution you again. I respect Mr. Lipstein a lot. The minute I knew that his client had purchased the property and he was involved, I called him, He said, unfortunately, his client did not hire, despite his recommendation, a licensed remediation environmental consultant, did not do a phase 1 or a phase 2 before he bought the property. Again, not for the township to speak to it in one way or the other. Again, we respect the property owner. We are willing to work with them, but we, the municipality, and as far as I know, none of the government entities, certainly not the BDA, do not fund private property owners to clean up their property. It's like Pottery Barn. You bought it, you broke it, you own it. And we respect them. We look forward to them cooperating and complying with the law.
Mr. Trent, before we proceed, if my colleagues are okay with this, I would like to hear from Mr. Lipstein.
Well, before you hear from Mr. Lipstein, because again, I am cautioning you not to respond because there may be litigation at various stages.
True.
I'd like to hear from the planner because again, the township is presenting to you and asking you to accept and approve the area.
That's correct. That's pertaining to the resolution.
So Mr. Lipstein may speak against it. He may ask you to modify
That's
it.
a great point.
Right.
So it's part of your presentation, so you yield the floor.
Okay. Yeah. So the last point I want to make that I know is going to come up at some point because Mr. Krakowiak has written 32 questions, and that is, why are there 3 residential properties in the zone on Mitchell? And the key part is when you look at the zone, and the planner will explain it, those 3 houses, and again, all of those property owners know about this. None of them have contacted us at all. One is seriously delinquent on the real estate taxes. 2 of the 3 are not owner-occupied and not West Orange owned. And the bottom line is when you look at the zone, and again, the sense of the township is that you need to have a critical mass in order to make it a viable project. Not a lot of acres anyway. So, you have a half acre on Biddleman, you have an acre and a half on Selective Flash, and you have Harvard Press. So again, you're in an urban area. When I say urban, you're in a downtown area, so it doesn't surprise us, but it does create certain restraints on the site. So again, that is the fact that we have these 3 houses on Mitchell Street in the zone does not mean we're going to condemn them. It means we're leaving open the options. Just so you all know, the downtown redevelopment that is coming out of the ground to all of our excitement, the Edison, that was always an area that there could have been condemnation. There never was because, again, people get together and work together. But it does not compel us, and we will not ever go forward with a condemnation without coming back before this council.
Meeting that threshold is not as easy as it used to be.
Well, exactly. Well, again, but being in a redevelopment is one of the bases to do it. But if we don't put it now, we can't come back later and suggest it. So I'm going to defer to our planner who's been working conscientiously on this for a bunch of months.
Thank you.
Peter, just introduce yourself.
Peter Vandenkoy from Matrix New World Engineering. I am a licensed professional planner in the state of New Jersey. I'm also certified by the American Institute of Certified Planners. And Matrix was retained to prepare a redevelopment study for the property in question, or for the tract in question. And just to provide an overview, I'll just reiterate the lots that were under consideration in the redevelopment study. They include 810 Central Avenue, which is the Biddleman site, 18 Central Avenue, which is Selecto Flash, 4 Tompkins Street, which is directly across Mitchell Street from the main Selecto Flash building. It's also owned by Selecto Flash, now the township, and as well as 3 adjacent, 3 residential properties that are adjacent to Selecto Flash and Biddleman, known as 25, 27, and 29 Mitchell Street. The scope of the study, just to provide a quick overview to set the context, was to conduct an inventory of the properties included within the study area, to evaluate the characteristics and conditions that, as to whether or not they meet the local housing and redevelopment law criteria, and to propose findings and recommendations relevant to the designation as a condemnation area in need of redevelopment for all or a portion of the study area. Now, just to provide a brief overview of zoning, all of the properties are in the industry, the I industry district, except for that small Selecto Flash property known as Block 7, Lot 22. The I industry district permits light industry, including dry cleaning plants, machine shops, publishing, printing plants, etc. And the RM multifamily district, which is the one that Block 7, Lot 22, that one property across the street, across Mitchell Street, is zone that permits residential development, of course, multifamily development and two-family dwellings and the like. We reviewed the master plan as part of the preparation of the study and found that objectives and other language within the master plan supports the designation of this area as an area in need of redevelopment. Specifically, pages 10 to 12 states that in order to encourage economic development and redevelopment that is compatible with the suburban character of the township, with particular sensitivity to existing residential neighborhoods, as commercial and industrial facilities become obsolete and outdated, efforts should be made to rehabilitate and revitalize these areas prior to or in lieu of the development of existing open space. In addition, on page 35, it states that the township stated that they should consider expanding the Harvard Press redevelopment area, which is the one immediately adjacent to this property that Mr. Alpert is involved with. That Harvard Press redevelopment area be expanded to include nearby properties in order to promote comprehensive redevelopment for new uses that would contribute to West Orange's tax base while taking advantage of proximity to the Highland Avenue Railroad Station. And it also goes on to say provision of additional parking to support development in this area is also encouraged. Now, with regard to the statutory criteria, there are a total of 8 of them set forth within the local redevelopment and housing law. The first pertains to substandard buildings and buildings with unsafe conditions, dilapidation, or buildings that are obsolete. The second pertains to abandoned or deteriorating commercial or industrial buildings. The third pertains to public land and privately owned vacant land. The fourth, criteria D, pertains more to the overall site in terms of whether or not the site layout is obsolete or has a faulty arrangement or design. And then it goes on. Criteria E is diverse ownership. Criteria F is not really applicable, but it's areas in excess of 5 acres that have experienced a natural disaster. Criteria G is urban enterprise zones. And criteria H is the smart growth criteria, which is really just a catch-all for properties in the smart growth area.
Is this a smart growth area?
It is. That can be construed in a number of different ways, but planning area 1, the metropolitan planning area is the planning area the sites are located in, so they qualify under that criteria. And it's important to note that the sites only have to meet one of the criteria. They don't have to meet all 8 of them. And actually each site, Biddleman and Selective Flash, meet several of the criteria. The residences we included under a different category. It's called Section 3. And what that is you're able to include intervening uses that would make a potential redevelopment area more cohesive or have a better design. And in the case of those 3 properties, the alignment with Tompkins Street for the Selective Flash site, that alignment of Tompkins looks directly at those residences, at least 2 of the 3 of them. So if they were to be incorporated in the redevelopment area and ultimately in the design for the next phase in the redevelopment plan, it would enable the alignment of Tompkins to align with any type of ingress and egress to that project or whatever's planned for that property. So that type of alignment is a sound engineering principle based type of consideration. It basically promotes traffic safety, sound engineering design, and it's basically a standard practice to try to align intersections like that. So those 3 properties were included under Section 3. Going back to the Biddleman property in Selecto Flash, Block 9, Lot 32, which is the Biddleman site, was identified as satisfying criteria as A, D, and E, which pertain to the deteriorated condition of the building, the obsolete site layout, and other similar factors. Selecto Flash met the main tract, met criteria A, B, D, and E. And so the same 3 criteria that I just mentioned for Biddleman, but criteria B is also for vacant or abandoned industrial or commercial buildings, of which this is one. This building has been, I think, abandoned for several years now, and that was one of the key criteria that forms the basis for the recommendation that site be considered. And just real briefly, I believe you may have a copy of the presentation that we provided to the planning board. If you don't, I have a color copy here with photographs, and I'm sure you're familiar with the properties as well. Both Biddleman and Selective Flash properties, as Mr. Trank had mentioned, they have environmental contamination on them that is either suspected or confirmed. The Biddleman property, there's documentation going back to the mid-1980s that demonstrates that there's been perchloroethylene spills on the property. Toward the rear of the property, there was an above-ground storage tank. Spills are documented by EPA, I believe, at the time. And in addition to that, there is also there was an underground storage tank that was removed. The tank was entirely rusted through, so whatever it contained had presumably leached into the groundwater. There was also evidence of other types of spills on the property, and I'm not an environmental engineer or LSRP, but my understanding is that the next steps for that property would be to do a phase 1 or phase 1 and 2.
I'm sorry, I missed you. Which property is this?
This is for the Biddleman property.
The Biddleman, okay.
Yeah. From what I understand, the next steps would be to take a close look at all the environmental documentation produced to date and just see where that property stands. And my understanding from DEP is that there is an urgent need for the documentation of what the contamination was first. It has to be assessed and characterized, and then after that, a remedial action work plan would have to be put together to address those environmental issues. And yeah. Okay. I thought you wanted to jump in. And then for Selecto Flash, similar situation. There's documented environmental or suspected environmental issues on site having to do with multiple containers of, I believe they had something to do with the printing business, so there's some types of solvents or other materials. And I think there is also an underground storage tank that is suspected to be located on Block 7, Lot 22. So on both of those properties, there's environmental considerations. And at this point, we have submitted a grant application to NJDEP under the HDSRF program, which is the Hazardous Discharge Site Remediation Fund, to request funding to do a phase 1 and phase 2 study for the Selective Flash properties. And what that would be is first essentially a paperwork exercise to see what documentation there is, to try to understand what contamination there may be. And the phase 2 activity is actually to go out there and take some samples, send them to a lab, document what's there. And then the next step would be a separate grant application to request a grant to remediate that property and get it to a condition where it could be redeveloped. And that is a quick overview of the study. And our finding is that both the Biddleman and Selecto Flash properties, both portions of Selecto Flash, satisfy the criteria to be designated as a condemnation area in redevelopment, and in need of redevelopment, rather. And we would urge the council to consider adopting the resolution.
Thank you. So again, before you ask us questions, I think this would be the appropriate time to get any comments from the public.
Yes.
And then you could ask them on a comprehensive. Thank you.
Okay, any member of the public? Yes, sir. Thank you for your patience.
My name is Howard Lipstein. I represent the owners of the we'll call it the Biddleman property, the 810 Central Avenue. Actually, my clients are very new owners. The closing, I believe, was this past June. And the reason my client bought the property was to recondition the property, to renovate it. My client's in the wholesale rice distribution business, and he needed it as a warehouse. And it was presented to him, and he did close on it. There was some environmental investigation. The environmental investigation that we found, and this is based on an OPA request, and with a consultant that we went to, indicated that there was no activity whatsoever on the Biddleman property by the New Jersey DEP from 2006 to date. There was no indication. There was, we did see a phase 1 report that was done by someone else, which indicated that there was an open ISRA case industrial site, forget the
Remediation
exact
Act.
what it is, but Remediation Act, I believe. In any event, we were presented with an exemption from that was given in 2006. And based upon that information, my client elected to go forward with the transaction. What they want to do, and they still want to do, is to use the property as exactly what Mr. Trank said, as a spark plug. They want to rehabilitate it, renovate it, use it as a ongoing business enterprise, use it to hire, they'll have, obviously need people. They want to fix it up, they want to make it viable, they want to in every way comply with the city ordinances and any other ordinances. It just came as a huge surprise that it was such a problem because there's nothing in the DEP. I did have occasion to have somebody look at that, and you know, the indication was the state just sort of, either they dropped the ball, but they literally did nothing for 10 years. And on that basis, my client felt safe in purchasing the property. He actually literally closed on a Friday, and on the following Monday, my client was notified that there's all kinds of problems here, and there's this or that, but unfortunately nothing appeared in the record. So in any event, the point I'm really trying to make is this is an individual who took his own private funds, purchased the property, knowing that there is a history of contamination here, and willing to take care of the problem and do it on a private basis and not a public basis. We would ask this body to consider that as a way of perhaps dealing with some of the other sites. Obviously, you have to make a decision that's in the best interest of the town, and we understand that. But I just wanted to give you some of the background and our position and how we got to this point and the timing that's been involved with it. Sure. All right? So I thank you for listening, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. So again, I just, I'm sorry.
I'm going to ask any other member of the
Sure,
public that wish to
absolutely.
address the council.
Sure. No, you.
Before we take public comments.
You listen to see if anybody else wants to talk.
Any other member of the public wish to address the council on this resolution? Seeing none, do any of my colleagues have any questions with the...
I just want to, I have to respond to Mr. Whipstein's.
Well, yeah, that's.
So very briefly, and again, tonight is not the night, and you are not the expert to determine what environmental exists or not. That's what the experts are about. And again, there is nothing in what you're being asked to do tonight that is counter to this property owner following the law. We're not asking you to take away. They have whatever rights they have. They have to comply with the law. Mr. Whipstein obviously was incorrect when he said an individual bought the property. It's owned by an LLC, a limited liability company, which is obviously their right. So again, as I told Mr. Whipstein from the first day I heard of his existence is, a week before apparently the closing, the real estate broker who sold him the property was at a meeting with me and with Rose DeSena and with the DEP, where the DEP, not West Orange, because we're not environmental experts, said this property is subject to significant contamination. This is where, because it was a dry cleaners, allegedly, it all emanates from. So again, it is, but nothing you're being asked tonight, it only proves the importance of moving forward in a comprehensive way. As I've told Mr. Whipstein from the beginning, we'll answer any questions, we'll be transparent, we'll give him everything. Actually, his client came to the last BDA meeting, which is excellent, and the DEP again reiterated, please hire environmental consultants so they can help you figure this out. So again, nobody's trying to hurt the property owner. If they want to clean it up and they want to comply with the law as to the potential use, well, if you approve tonight the area in need of redevelopment, now we go forward to the plan. Matrix will be involved, and certainly that property owner has a right to appear before the planning board, and even before that, to discuss the viability and how that works. So again, nothing you're doing tonight will stop this property owner or any property owner from trying to constructively rehabilitate and use their property, you know.
Okay, just to clarify, thank you, Mr. Trank. We are considering the merits of declaring this area in need of redevelopment.
Correct.
And also, do we have a right to reconsider the parameters of this area?
Yes.
Okay.
Meaning, if you were to choose that certain lots and blocks should not be in it, and say that, again, despite the planning board resolution, despite the planner's recommendation, that you wanted to excise a property or properties, or you could deny the whole thing if you chose.
Okay, and lastly, with regards to the property at the Central Ave, the 810 Central Avenue property, tonight we could declare the area in need of redevelopment, including that property, 810 Central Avenue. However, if condemnation proceedings would have to take place going forward, and would that be a decision that has to be made by this body in the planning
Come back
board?
to you at a later date.
So
For
right.
any of the properties.
Yeah, we can't.
Okay, so if there are any, if condemnation is exercised, it would have to come back to us.
For any
At
property.
which time we would discuss the merits. Once
Absolutely.
again, tonight we are voting on whether or not we agree with the planning board's recommendation that these parameters in this area is an area in need of redevelopment, and that, we are in agreement with its merit.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I have a question. I have some questions, but again, if there's potential litigation, are we allowed to go in executive session to ask our council questions?
So again, to the extent it deals with the parameters of the plan, if you want to discuss the law and whatnot, then yes, we should go in executive session and discuss potential litigation. But if you want to talk about the merits, you obviously have the testimony of the planner and you have the legal criteria. But so if you want to talk about the ramifications legally of potential litigation, then if a motion is made and it's adopted by the council, then we could go in executive session on that limited issue of potential litigation. But that's up to the council.
I'd like to make a motion.
Is there a second?
To go into
It's a motion, I think, to go in executive
Executive
session to discuss areas of potential litigation with regards to the resolution.
Second.
You're going to make a second? Okay. Councilwoman Castellino?
If I could, I would like to have some discussion before we vote, if that's okay, now that we've gotten a second.
Well, I have a motion on the floor, so.
I know, but you've got a second to the motion, which means we can now discuss it according to Robert's Rules of Orders.
Well, just the resolution.
On the
Councilman,
resolution.
that's all you want to talk about, was whether to go in executive session.
Whether or not we should go into
Yeah,
executive
yeah.
session or not.
The limited
Correct.
procedure. Yes, I think it's, he can, obviously,
Yes,
you can
he's
debate.
right, he's correct.
Yeah, it's not really debate, at least I don't see it as debate, but I just want to be clear that for the purposes of what we have to decide tonight, the litigation really doesn't matter to us, do we? We're not considering the litigation or the potential litigation.
Well,
That's
no,
not-
but I think again, I don't know what is going to be asked in executive session, but if the question is if you make X decision or Y decision or Z decision, will that cause there to be litigation? That would be appropriate to discuss in executive session. But no, the issue of Mr. Whipstein's current appeal of the $10,000 in fines or $9,000 or $8,000, we're not going to discuss that because it's not within the province of this council. It's in Superior Court of New Jersey.
Right, that's what I was trying to clarify, because I wasn't sure if Councilwoman Castellino was looking at that, but are you looking at the potential for litigation down the road if we include them in? Is that what you're looking at, or just looking at the current?
Again, I can assure you, Mr. Kaiser, with his 20 years and my 20 years, we'll make sure that we're going to keep the executive session tailored to issues about litigation concerning the decisions you may or may not make tonight.
Yeah.
Great. And that's what you want to talk about?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't understand that, sorry.
Okay.
So I have a question. So my question, Richard, is about the parameters that we have, and that the cleanup, the planning board approved this, and the remediation.
I'm sorry. I think we're in the middle of debate on Councilwoman Castellino's
we need to take a
resolution that
vote.
you seconded to go into executive session to talk about it. It was Councilman
Ready to move
Krakowiak
on.
who pivoted.
Any other
But he said-
discussion on the motion to go into executive
Getting
session? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, we're going to take a vote.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krakowiak?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Cirilo?
Yes. Okay, we're back with our discussion on our resolution 228-16, Resolution D. Any of my colleagues have questions for the presenters tonight? Councilman Krakowiak.
I just wanted to ask a question of Mr. Lipstein, if that's in order, because as Mr. Trank referenced, I was at the planning board hearing on this, and at that time, the property owner indicated that she did not have an interest in being in the redevelopment area. I didn't hear those same words tonight, so I just wanted to be sure, if Mr. Lipstein is here for his client, how the LLC views the redevelopment area and being included in that.
Well, they would like their property to be outside of the redevelopment because they have these plans, it's to operate a business, and everything else that I said. So they really would not want to be included for that reason.
Okay.
And they had obviously plans for this property.
Thank you. Councilman?
Yeah, I had a question for Mr. Trank, if I could. If the view of the council is that at this time we would not want to include a particular piece of the property in the redevelopment area, would there be a time after that decision where we could reconsider and bring them back in if we wanted to?
No, we'd have to start the process all over again, and all the time and money we spent would have to be redone. We'd have to go, you'd have to recommend the planning board study it, we'd have to go to the planning board, we'd have to do the whole process again, as to the new properties.
Okay. Just another question, which was triggered by something you said a little bit earlier, and I don't think you were focusing on what I was focusing on. Creating the redevelopment area then makes potentially a great deal of difference to what the property owner can do with their property. If the redevelopment area plan comes in and says specifically you can't operate a warehouse or a rice warehouse, they would not be able to use that property for what they had originally intended.
Well, you have to go back a couple steps. As you know, so it's an overlay zone. So if you had an operating business, so let's assume we'd come before you and said Krauser's should be in it. It does not gut the current use. In this particular issue, where, as everybody concedes, that property's basically been abandoned for years and years, and the only activity has been this outdoor, any of you have driven by it, which I'm sure you all have, it's been this mixture of brick pavers and abandoned vehicles and whatever the terminology is, and again, most of them have not been permissible under our law, and therefore there have been citations. Again, Mr. Lipstein and Ms. Liu admitted to the municipal court they've been making rent, they've been collecting rent, they've said they're going to evict the people, but again, this has been going on since May or June. So the short answer is, Councilman Krakowiak, that if there's an existing viable business that existed, that business doesn't get gutted. This case, then it would have an impact because, again, depending on what the plan eventually is, that will circumscribe the zone and what's permitted in the zone. The planner explained what the current zone is. But you know what's so important here and why we so strongly don't quite follow Mr. Lipstein's just answering you in a cursory saying, no, we don't want to be in it, is, hold it now. As I said, we want his input. We want him to come to the planning board and the planner. That's why we're talking to Mr. Alpert. Mr. Alpert has spent millions of dollars in the last decade developing what as Councilwoman McCartney knows, is a transit hub that will play off the Highland Station, will take benefits, will take advantage of those attributes. So to the extent, and again, I don't know how much developed this plan is. As you know, most people come to town who want to invest money, because we welcome this. That's nobody more than Mayor Parisi spends every night saying, make this as business friendly as possible. They come in with the plans. I've been in, Mr. Sayers spends half his life meeting with people who have an interest in coming into town. They show us what they have in mind. We talk to them about, possible attributes to the town. Mr. Sayers and I were in a meeting where we're trying to deal with the fact that we're going to need a new DPW site. And we're saying, think about how that can be integrated into other sites. So again, Mr. Krakowiak, there is nothing about tonight that will stop Mr. Lipstein and Ms. Liu from as soon as tomorrow coming and saying, here's what I want, and here's how I'm going to get from point A to point B or C. None of that's occurred in the last 6 months. None of it occurred before they closed title. But we're still here. We're not going anywhere. And that, keep in mind, when the plan goes through the process, with the professionals and with the planning board, that comes back to you. That comes back to you. And if you say, hypothetically, I see what you've got, what is in the proposed plan, it's like a zoning thing, but I want to add warehouse. Again, I'm just trying to understand and extrapolate what I hear Mr. Lipstein saying. That could be integrated. There's no reason why we can't integrate anything that's viable. But again, Councilman McCartney said it before. Everything is going to require a precursor that this environmental issue be addressed. It's going to be required on the selective flash, even if we do parking, but that's a lesser, as you can imagine, kind of fix, because you can encapsulate whatnot. But again, Mr. Lipstein and his professionals will figure out, hopefully, sooner rather than later, how to get from point A to point B, and you will be able to see that. This does not stop any of that positive moving forward. All this is to say that we're all intricately interwoven, especially in this corridor. It's all critical to the area. And let's get going. It's been over a decade. Most of you, Councilwoman McCartney was coming out of high school when we started this. We got to get this going. And so again, I'm glad Mr. Lipstein's here. I'm glad his client made an investment. I'm not sure that they're glad yet, but we'll work with them. They're here, we're here, and we want to move forward. But to the administration vehemently disagrees with the concept that they can be an island under their own. They're not. We're all together. They build, hypothetically, they want to put a warehouse. They may want some parking. So that'll be a parking need in the area, and we should try to work with them to accommodate that if that's what's needed. So again, the plan, which will include, and I'll defer to the expert, is still to be, it's a work in process. And the only thing we've identified so far is it looks like this area is in need of parking. So let's not ignore that and make it worse. But I hope I answered your question. Again, you will get many bites at this apple, if you're sitting there.
Yeah, the illusion I sometimes use is that once a piece of property is brought into the redevelopment process, a lot of things can change. The potentials are changed because there could be other potential outcomes that the property owner doesn't necessarily agree with.
The question is, what kind of barriers would exist on the property should it be included tonight on the redevelop as an area?
See, the one we normally hear.
That's the question. Maybe the planner can answer that.
Well, just so we get the chase, the one we normally hear is that it might affect your marketability because it's an unknown. Right? We don't know what the plan will be. So if Joe or Sally, private owner, says, hey, I've got a crowd, but it's in a zone now that might allow a warehouse. I'm just trying to come up with a hypothetical. But the bottom line is Joe or Sally buyer isn't going to want to close title if we're in this process because maybe that right to have a warehouse won't be there anymore. See, so that's where you hear people say, we don't like this cloud over our head because it's an unknown. But in this case, where there's no use there now, and where there's a process just beginning, this property owner and any property owner and any member, and especially the members of the governing body and the planning board, are going to help be involved in it. So tonight is just we're really just in the second inning of at least a 9-inning game that you all will be, and the property owner will be intricately involved in.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Well, just hopefully to clarify, but this has to go back to the planning board, and what we're doing right now will be create the zone. And we saw just on Main Street in the redevelopment zone, it is mixed use. So that we will do this, that we will do the same in this location. So it's up to us to create that zone of what we want there. So that's where we are right now. The zone isn't created yet. It's the overlay zone that we are in the process of creating. We're just designating the zone to get us to that point.
I understand, but, and maybe you've already taken this into account, these people have come in and are basically doing their own redevelopment. They've come in and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. You just heard Mr. Trink say they're having to invest another $8,000 or $9,000 just paying off the violations and fixing them. So these people have come in with the idea that they're going to buy the property, and in our country, property owners should have significant rights with what they can do with their property.
They still
but
do. They still could.
But once you put them into a redevelopment area, then, as you say, we as a council have a role in telling them what they can do with their property. Now,
Well,
Mr.
they will
Trank
be
was
part of
saying
the planning
that
process.
might necessarily not be a bad thing, because we have the potential to say whatever business you want to put there, we will work with you and we'll make sure that that's allowed. But what if the redevelopment plan comes back and says, boy, that'd be a great place for a parking lot? So then instead of their building with they want to run their business, we have to tell them you can't run that business anymore.
Well, again, but you see, the problem with saying that is, first of all, they're gonna, just like Mr. Whipstein's here, they'll be here. I have to go back, Mr. Krakowiak, and take exception. When you say their investment included the $8,000 they've been fined, that's like if I get a speeding ticket on the way home. That's not an investment in being town attorney. I violate the law, I get sanctioned. So I know you didn't mean that. But so with regard to the plan, again, Mr. Whipstein's here tonight. He's articulated without really explaining what, if anything, they've done or are going to do. But they will be here every step of the way. We will notice them. And again, this is not about a taking. This is not about taking away their property rights. This, in my opinion, is about expanding their property rights and them understanding that they're part of a neighborhood. That's what we all are when we buy property, especially property in industrial areas. So again, I think this is a positive. And again, it's I don't think you are stripping them of any right that they currently have and they've exercised. And again, I don't want to get into the intricacies of when you buy property and doing due diligence or whatnot. But no one has hid the ball from anyone, least of all these property owners, as this. So again, it's obviously your decision. The administration strongly recommends and advises and recommends that we treat this as an integrated area, because it does impact this whole corridor and it impacts the greater community. The sooner we get this property up and running, the sooner that everything here gets improved. It's been fallow and vacant and blighted for as long as probably everybody, I know the senior member of the council is nodding, have been on this.
I have a plan dated 2005, so it was even
So
before
we're in
that.
11 years of this, and we're finally seeing a little glimmer. So again, this is one of the things, again, you take it the way it is, as does a property owner who buys it, and the concept that the town would want to understand what's going to happen in this area and do what's in the benefit of everyone else. That is not, again, this is no different than if somebody wanted to buy any property in town. Yes, would they look at the zoning? Yes. Yes, would they probably, especially if they wanted to change the use or improve it or whatnot, or invest, whatever the number is? Because in this case, the investment will be far more than the money they apparently paid to buy it, because they'll have to deal with the cleanup, and then they'll have to deal with all the renovations and all the fire suppression systems and everyone else. The construction official has ordered that no one go into this building at this point, including firefighters, because of the danger that it poses to our community. So I think that's something certainly the administration takes extremely serious, and that's why we have been diligent and will continue to be with regard to code issues. But again, it's your call.
Excuse me, were all the property owners who are in the proposed redevelopment area, were they noticed about this meeting?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's statutorily required. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. And we filed all, we worked with, we've now gotten a whole protocol down so that Ms. CARNEVALE supervises that, so we can make sure that there's no issues. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mrs. Trink. Anybody else? Questions?
Is there a motion to adopt Resolution 228-16?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krakowiak?
No.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Cirilo?
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to move on to 225-16. Councilman Krakowiak. That's the Mayor's Sunshine Fund resolution. Mr. Trink?
Yes. So if I could give you a quick overview, background, or whatnot. This is such a great evidence of our community. So basically, this fund started long before any of us was around. I believe it started years ago when Mayor Spina was the mayor. from time to time, and I know some of you will say, sounds amazing, but from time to time, people just make contributions to the town. And they want the mayor, and it's always been under the mayor's province, they want the mayor to basically have it as, I'll use the word safety net. And so basically over the years, and it's always been administered by the Department of Welfare Services, Patty Duffy, who you all know, and basically she's used it as a basically when somebody is totally can't get government benefits, they exhausted all the utility programs, they're burned out of their house, basically just the tragedies that occur in any community. So, and then she also has used it because a lot of you in this room, and I know my firm and I have been involved in it, around Thanksgiving time, she will buy turkeys for families that are identified, usually through the schools, but I'm sure through other means. By the way, Ms. Duffy, who, as you know, is an amazing point. She's on vacation this week, or else she would have been here. And this was all done in conjunction with her, Mr. Gross. We also consulted with the township auditor because we wanted to make sure we were doing this correctly. And we tried to call other towns. But kind of this, in the end of the day, it's existed for years. And usually at Thanksgiving or Christmas or the holidays in December, she would coordinate turkey drive and buying some turkeys and getting some presents and giving them out to families in need. And basically it would spend down to very little money. But a few years ago, because of the tremendous success of the 5K race, the mayor's 5K race, and because of the partnership with the Suskin family and whatnot, besides all the money they're giving for ovarian cancer, they indicated that they wanted to give a part of it to the township and the Mayor's Sunshine Fund. So the mayor, obviously, it was always given to Ms. Duffy. She ran this fund, and it is ended up. And I don't know if we gotten a check this year. I don't know that Ms. Gross would know. But it ended up being the last few years $10,000 a year. That race is enormously successful, as you know, and it raises like $90,000 or $100,000. So she would give a small part, recognizing we're the host community and whatnot. So right now, and Mr. Gross could probably tell us exactly, it's around $26,000 in this fund. So the bottom line of the story is Teresa DeNova, who's the department head for that department, called me up. There was an issue because it was at our old bank and not at our new bank, and that Ms. Duffy was the signatory. Somebody would come in, and again, some of this stuff happens after hours, in the middle of the night or whatnot, and money needs to be spent to get someone a hotel room or to avoid a utility shut off. So when it came to my attention and it came to Mr. Gross's attention, the bottom line is my strong recommendation, and we consulted with our auditor, my strong recommendation was it should go into the town's coffers as a segregated account. Again, never available, with all due respect, to plug any budget holes or to use for any bricks or mortar or whatnot, but always for the purposes that it's always been used for. And so that's why you see this resolution. We're obviously anxious to get your consideration of it because we're getting closer to Thanksgiving and Ms. Duffy wants to start all of that planning. To respond specifically to some of the inquiries that were raised, this is not resolution is not the subject of something that occurred in an audit or a regulatory authority. It's never been, to the extent I can determine, and Ms. Carnival can try, I've never seen no resolution in 20 years I've been town attorney has ever been presented on this. It was always just the Mayor's Sunshine Fund that started under Mayor Spina, continued under Mayor McKeon, and has continued under Mayor Parisi, because it really wasn't part of the town. So the only option was either create a separate 501c3, which I don't think is appropriate, because most people, and most of the way this money has occurred is people have given it from time to time to the mayors, and the mayor just said for the purpose of helping people with these emergent needs. So what we designed here, after a lot of thinking and talking to our auditor, though, I did call up Mr. McInerney and say, what do you think? And this was his recommendation. And again, Mr. Gross was extremely, wanted to make sure we laid this out as clearly as possible so we wouldn't have any issues ever in the future. And so that's what you have in front of you. It'll never be able to enunciate every possible emergent condition that could occur. Now, by doing it this way, it's not just the Director of Welfare Services, but it's got to be done in conjunction with the CFO and/or the business administrator. And for that reason, again, the generosity of people in this town is second to none, and what we're presenting to you is done to try to further this and to make sure that everyone is properly, that everything's done proper. So I don't know.
I have a question, Mr. Trank. The encumbrance of the fund by the municipality, would it allow tax-deductible donations now? Because the town...
I'm not going to give tax advice, certainly not on TV. So you're asking if the donor, the person
would
writing
be
the
able
check...
to, as opposed to now where it's a discretionary process?
So, I'm sorry?
I would say that's doubtful.
Well, I don't know the answer to that. I mean, so I don't know. We've never gone out and advertised for people to give us money for this. This is money that, like I explained to you, the raise.
It would assist. The point that I'm making is that if it becomes tax deductible to make donations to the Sunshine Fund under this program or under this process, it would assist in seeking donations.
In getting more, you mean?
Correct.
Yeah. Again, maybe Mr. Gross and I disagree, but I don't want to give tax advice. My gut is it is, but and will continue to be. But I'm not going to give advice. We're not going to market it. This is not like, as you know, utilities, and I represent some. They provide that you can give you can give a donation basically to a utility fund that's tax deductible. But I'm not prepared to opine on this. We can certainly ask our auditor, but I doubt he will either. So it is what it is.
So the name on the account is going to be?
Township of West
Orange.
It's the Township of West Orange. The money's been moved, and Ms. Gross has sole control over it. It's just segregated, and only money out of that account we use for these purposes.
Stands alone.
Question.
You answer my question with the auditor.
What I'm saying is, that money comes from like the 5K race, right? Most of that. You get a check from the Downtown Alliance, right?
Well, first off, when you say you, me, us. Township has really not been involved in it at all.
Right.
What we're going to do, assuming that this is adopted by council, is we're going to set up procedures for how that will work.
Right, but that money.
It's just going
But
to the
any
fund.
check that comes in will go to Mr. Gross, and he will add it to the.
Right.
He keeps a ledger, presumably.
But most of that's going to come through the downtown, if it's a 5K, and they're writing the checks to the 5K. They're not writing it to the township. You're just going to be the repository for the money.
No.
The money goes, to use your example of the 5K, and again, I don't think you should limit it. Presumably, I wrote my check for $25 or $30 to go to the raise. They raise $100,000+ after they pay their expenses. They, and I don't know who they is, so I don't know if it's Downtown Alliance, you may be right. They presumably will write the check to the Township of West Orange, and then it'll be deposited. But we don't.
Just going back for people.
It's their donation.
It's their donation, right?
It's their donation.
Right. It's not an individual. It's not Rich Trank runner.
Right.
Donation. No. But I thought what the Council President might be referring to was if X or Y, Z person, private person said, this is good to raise, to give turkeys away for people and other stuff, that if, Rich Trank sitting at home tonight says, I'll contribute $100, would that be tax deductible? I don't know the answer. Obviously, if they do, it'll go to Mr. Gross and go in this segregated account and be available under the supervision of this resolution for Ms. Duffy and Mr. Gross and Mr. Sayers to use.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilman Kukoviac, you had a question?
Yes. Mr. Gross sent me an email that said the township has not had any involvement in the administration of these funds, but then I just heard that Patty Duffy had control of the funds, and she's an employee of the township. So how can
She's an employee of the township, but my understanding, and again, this is kind of foggy to me, but my understanding is she was volunteering her time to do that, to work with the mayor, not as an official duty of her job.
It does not matter. The bottom line is the facts are simple. Ms. Duffy, in her position, has been running the Sunshine Fund for many, many years. And she was the sole signatory on the account that was at PNC Bank. And the decision that was made by the strong recommendation of the law department and what we're presenting to you tonight, is that money will be under the control of the CFO immediately.
So we have a town employee that was volunteering her time to run this fund, and she was the sole signatory. And where was the checking account?
PNC Bank.
Was it a township checking account?
Well,
No. Well, I mean, it's...
it was a Mayor's Sunshine Fund account. Again, just so we're clear, and
Set up
again,
by
if we're going to get into this, and for any millisecond, you're going to suggest that there's anything that was ever done, that is everything that was done with this money, from every fact we have, has been done in the best interest of people who had need for it. What we're doing is just adding some structure and putting it under the control of the CFO. Every nickel, and this has been going on for decades, long before any of you were around. It started on Mayor Spina, and the bottom line is this fund existed to help people in emergent needs. So that's the answer, okay? I wasn't around when it started. Nobody came and asked for my advice. This is a better way to run it, and everything we have and know about this is, yes, it was at PNC Bank, because as you know, up until a few years ago, all the town accounts were at PNC. I don't know the date it was opened. I cannot answer that question other than tell you that now it will be run just like any other account of the town. But there was never, ever an insinuation, a suspect, or anything else, that anything occurred other than they paid bills. It never had a lot of money in the last few years when the mayor said, I think the race should make a contribution to the town. And they did, and that money was directed to the Sunshine Fund, and these needs have been met.
So the reason I want to follow up on these questions is because I asked a bunch of questions to Mr. Gross, starting, I guess, on Monday, and none of them were answered. So I want to just make sure I understand that. I asked to be provided with the records of the contribution and expenditures from that account for the last 3 years.
Right. The short answer is, you ask on Monday. Ms. Duffy is away. Ms. Duffy has those. If you want them, then schedule an appointment with me. You can come to my office anytime. I will certainly ask, and we'll be more than willing to provide you whatever exists.
Okay.
Okay? Mr. Gross doesn't have it. I told Mr. Gross I would be here and I'd answer every question.
So what was the instigation of changing this if it's been done for 20 years?
No instigation. When it came to my attention, I thought it was sounder to do it in this way.
And you're saying it's never been, as far as you know, the subject of any previous resolution or ordinance? Has it been involved in any of the audits?
No, it would never have been involved in any audit because, as Mr. Rose said, it was never within the township. It was a voluntary fund. It's never anything, none of the money ever came out of the coffers of this township. It's always been private contributions from time to time. So never been in any of the audits. And it wouldn't have been appropriate to. And that was the discussion that Ms. Gross and I and Mr. McInerney had as to, okay, now it's going to be part of whatever scrutiny has to happen. And I said that's a good thing. And that's why we're doing it this way. It protects Ms. Duffy, it protects the town, it protects everybody involved. So that's why this is a sounder way to do it, I think.
So is this Mayor's Sunshine Fund a part of all of the promotion that's been done for the Mayor's Sunshine Fund and the Mayor's Sunshine Holiday Fund? I just did a quick Google search on them, and your law firm has done fundraising for it at least twice in 2 different years for a holiday fund. Is this the same fund?
I have no idea what you're even talking about. So I look forward to looking at your Google search.
Well, I was going to say, for some reason, my battery on my laptop has gone dead, but I saved about 7 or 8 different Google references. The mayor talked about the Sunshine Fund and providing food to, I guess, turkeys and gifts to 150 families at the speech this year to the Chamber of Commerce. Is this the same fund we're talking about?
I have no idea what you're talking about. So I can't. The short answer is no, to the best of my knowledge. And again, if you send me your Google searches, obviously I'll be glad to research, investigate, and I'll be glad to have Ms. Duffy and Ms. DeNova come to any meeting and meet with you privately or in public. I do not believe that this has been the subject of whatever, but I don't know the answer because again, you made a statement that I have a real problem with, saying that my law firm has done fundraisers for the Sunshine Fund. I'm not aware of that. So I look forward to you sending me your Google.
Well, let me just do it now.
Well, I'd rather you not, because I don't.
My battery has
believe-
died. I had them.
But here's my point. I'm not going to respond to an internet search. There's a lot of things on social media, and this is not Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. We're going to present to you what's in the best interest of the government. If you feel for any reason you want any information, just call me up tomorrow morning. I'll get you whatever you want. It's not a problem. This is for a good purpose. So to turn this into anything other than that, this has done incredible work, and Ms. Duffy will come and go through it with you, hook, line, and sinker, and that all we're doing now is saying, let's structure it more. Again, this started probably 40, 50 years ago. And again, Ms. Carnival can go back and go in the vault, and hopefully she won't have, and see if there's anything out there. I couldn't find anything, but I wasn't around, and I know in the 20 years Mr. Kaiser and I have been here, we've never presented anything to you because we were never aware of it. We were aware there's a Sunshine Fund, but we're never aware the structure of it.
Councilman, any more questions?
Yes, I do have questions. Thank you.
Okay, because I have a question too.
Why don't you ask while I do the search?
Okay.
Because I believe these are on the Trent D. Pasquale website, and I just want to check to make sure.
My question's real simple. So now with this account, it would fall under the auditor's report then? and
Well,
to move forward.
again,
Falls under me, and
Yeah, okay.
Look, it was a discretionary fund that was started with good intentions.
always.
And Ms. Duffy is the Director of Welfare Services. So that was a good resource to send people and direct people to this discretionary fund. And now we find that it's in our best interest, both in terms of transparency, in terms of auditing, in terms of good government, to bring it under our auspices. And that's what we're moving in this direction.
Yes, sir.
Council President, I also would say that at Thanksgiving, I just mentioned the Thanksgiving luncheon, and those are the 4 major organizations in town that get together with that. And along with your ticket, if you purchase a ticket to attend the luncheon, they ask for you to bring in canned goods for the Holy Trinity soup kitchen, right, food pantry. Similar. The same idea with the Mayor's Fund. At the end of the year, the mayor has a Christmas party, asks for presents that get contributed, that can be distributed as Patty Duffy sees fit. So that would be the contribution, would be, I've been doing that for years.
That seems different from what was described, that Patty Duffy would dispense it when somebody needed to rent or needed to pay a heating bill.
Well, there may be funding attached to that instead of a toy.
This is something that news releases were provided that says the Mayor's Sunshine Fund is giving 150 turkeys or giving Christmas gifts or...
Well, those are donations that we bring to the Christmas party,
The Mayor's Sunshine Fund bought turkeys.
Right.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding at all your question or your statement. What is wrong with the Mayor's Sunshine Fund giving turkeys to people who can't afford food for Thanksgiving?
Here's the resolution. Whereas the Township Department of Welfare Services provides critical services for persons facing a multitude of emergent and basic needs, including utility shutoffs, emergency housing, fire rescue efforts, hurricane, and other weather-related issues and related matters.
Yes.
Right, we donate to that. With Katrina,
I understand that. With absolutely no oversight of any auditor or anybody from the town's financial office for years and years. And we're just told that it's got $26,000. Now, you all know, because you've all been on the council before, we have repeatedly been brought legislation about how the Downtown West Orange Alliance and the Mayor's Sunshine Fund divvy out the proceeds from the 5K. So it's always been coming to the council, and now to be told that it had absolutely nothing to do with the administration just leaves me wondering what's really what's going on.
Well, what I can tell you is, from my history and my perspective on that point, is that since I've lived in West Orange, I've always known that the Sunshine Fund was a discretionary fund. And whenever someone fell in a hardship or in a difficult situation, that's a resource. It's like going to Joe Citizen that, has been blessed. So Joe Citizen goes out of his pocket and says, you know what, this is for your electricity bill. So it's good intentions. So I think what we're doing tonight goes to the point that you're making, that perhaps we should have a level of oversight. Perhaps it should be part of government, it should fall under auditing standards, and we should encumber that into our operations, as opposed to taking on any liabilities that may exist when you do that. You know, any liabilities that may exist from accepting money from Joe Citizen who's been blessed. So that's what we're trying to do tonight.
Yes, and I just want to say, Mr. Schenk, and I didn't say this before, but I do wholeheartedly agree that we need to get some transparency here, that we need to get some oversight, and I think this is an excellent idea. I'm just very concerned with what has gone on with the funds up until this point.
And I want to answer you unequivocally. There isn't a scintilla of suggestion that anything has occurred other than exactly what the council president said. It's been used in hardship situations. And so the fact that we now make it more formalized and structured is, as I think you're conceding, is a positive. So I think it would be completely inappropriate to suggest that anything was done. Because the amazing thing is, when we called around to other towns, because I said, well, what do they do in other towns? Because we can't be the only other town. I believe what we found, what I was told, is it's kind of kept kind of loosey, and it's not part of government. But I wasn't comfortable with that. I said I think it's better to do it as part of this, and that was part of the dialogue and discussion. And it's not because Joe or Sally's citizen, but and it's certainly not because there's even a whiff or a suggestion that this has not been totally used completely consistent with the hardship needs. And that's why when you talk about Google searches and say, well, there have been events over the years where, again, I don't know what you're talking about, but where your firm maybe has raised money or collected toys for the Mayor's Sunshine Fund, I say, boy, everybody should say thank you. That's a great thing. If anybody in this room wants to raise money or give toys to kids or turkeys, you should be saying thank you and not accusing anybody of doing anything inappropriate. That's why I'm blown away by any negative response at all, other than say thank you, we're glad this recommendation is before us. And we unanimously approve it. To suggest, if you want to look at all the books and records, fine. It's nobody, you know, and when you 48 hours before a meeting say, I want to see 3 years of this or that, again, besides the fact that the concept is just so negative and so counter to what this is. If that's what your decision and desire is, if you can have it, Councilman, but to suggest to any member of the public that this is not what we want to do. So again, but again, it's okay.
Richard, if you want, Robin used to work with Patty Duffy. She can explain a little bit about what happened.
Okay, it's up to Robin.
I don't know if we have to get that deep unless the councilman is
Robin
okay.
has first-hand knowledge. Yeah, I'm just
of how the money gets distributed and where it goes and who it goes to.
It's up to you, Councilman.
I don't know what's so funny. Why do you think this is funny?
Okay,
This is not funny.
It's okay.
First of all, I haven't accused anybody of doing anything.
You did, sir.
Please.
You did, sir.
Please.
You did.
Go listen to the tape. There you go. Laugh again. Go listen to the tape.
But I am a little bit confused by Mr. Trank saying that absolutely nothing has gone wrong, but then when I asked
Correct.
for the records, he says they're not available.
I
So-
did not say that. That is
He
a
didn't say that. He said he didn't have the time to get them for you.
Sir, you don't get the liberty of smirking and suggesting something that's true. I told you Ms. Duffy's on vacation. I told you that. Exactly. I told you you can get them. We'll get them. The minute Ms. Duffy's back from vacation, we have no problem. The books and records, there's nothing. Again, Mr. Gross asked to look at it 6 months or whatnot. We looked at them to make sure, because we were trying to look at the categories, and most of it was utility shut-off money.
Okay.
But so, again, nobody suggested that books and records aren't available. I don't have them tonight, and I could not get them between Monday and today because Ms. Duffy's away. But so that, again.
Ms. Miller, you want to tell us a little bit about the Sunshine Fund?
Thanks, Robin.
Hi, Robin.
Tell us about the Sunshine Fund.
Okay, I've been helping Patty Duffy with the Mayor's Sunshine Fund this is my 12th year. I do it every year. As a matter of fact, that's how I segued into working here. I was a 2-week volunteer helping her when her assistant went out on a medical thing. And here I am, the 10th that won't die. Anyway, the Sunshine Fund, there is nothing untoward, absolutely nothing untoward. As a matter of fact, Patty is very remiss to use that fund unless it is an extreme emergency, other than what the original intent of the fund was, which was to help do family, I'm sorry, I'm really nervous, to do the holiday food drive and then the holiday toy drive. Any question? She keeps amazing records. she really, and I know this because I did some of them. So, and whatever's in place, I understand what's happening here is just, we switched from PNC to a new entity a couple of years ago, and this is just, I think, to bring that account over, and it makes sense. And I think it actually takes a lot of burden off of Patty. It takes the spotlight off of her because it is creating more oversight. Yeah. And as far as you had asked about tax deductible, we always send out letters to people, whoever, she kept immaculate records of whoever sent in checks, and we thank yous would be sent to all those people. So with their dollar donation that they could use at the end of the year.
Thank you for your work, Robin.
Anything else?
Thank you, Robin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you, everybody. I still don't recall accusing anybody of doing anything wrong. I simply am asking questions to try. Could you just let me finish, please? Thank you. Thank you for letting me finish. Thank you for letting me finish. I simply looked at the situation and the lack of documentation of a financial fund that Mr. Trank said has $26,000 in it, and just asked for some of the documentation and didn't have any. And that's all I'm saying. That I would like to fill in the gaps.
And you raised a aspersion as a result of making a request on a Monday for a Wednesday, and that there was something untoward. And that's what the administration takes exception with. It's not humorous to us because to in any way the public suggest that it's just not correct. You want information, want facts, you come see me anytime you want. You know where I am, I'll provide it for you.
Great.
Any member of the public has a right to see anything that goes on in this town. You don't have a right to just make up stuff and say that because you haven't gotten it in 48 hours, that suggests, and because maybe it didn't fit within Mr. Gross and my belief that this is a better way to do it, doesn't mean that anything ever happened wrong. It just means this is a more organized way. And there is, keep in mind, as I told you, most of the money was spent out every year. Only because Mayor Parisi dedicated and required and requested, and the Susskind family is incredibly generous and been successful, has the fund built up over the last 2 or 3 years to the number it's at. Not because there's been some crazy slush fund or anything has ever occurred. So that's why I think, Councilman, when we respond to you, it's because we don't get why you would take the fact that we're bringing it to you, explaining it to you, going to do it this way in the future, that anything was ever done wrong. It's the opposite. It was all done right and perfect and easier. Now it's going to be harder, but it's more, this is the better, I believe, the better way for the town. Again, and as Robin just pointed out, it's probably better for Patty because it's less pressure on her. I told Mr. Gross he's going to have to be available 24/7, or Mr. Sayers to sign these checks. Somebody needs a utility shut off. We can't come back here and wait. People need those utilities on. When we buy turkeys, we're not going to come in here and ask you how many turkeys we buy or what families qualify. We're gonna obviously respect the people who've been doing it for the last 30, 40 years, that they get it, and we'll continue to look at those safety needs. There was a particular woman who couldn't stay in her house. The decision was made at 5 o'clock one night that we had to, on an emergency basis, put her up at the Ramada in East Haddam. That occurred for a couple of nights. That was Ms. Duffy's decision in consultation with Mr. Sayers. But that's really what it's been. Sorry,
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, just if I could just respond, just briefly. It would have been very helpful if any of the questions that I had asked in the writing had been answered before tonight. especially if you'd have just said, I don't have 3 years, Patty Duffy's on vacation, but John Gross and I looked at 6 months, here's the 6 months, that would have been very helpful.
Okay. Anyone else?
Make a motion.
Madam Clerk?
Is there a motion to adopt Resolution 225-16?
Motion moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Kukoviac?
Abstain.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Cirillo?
Yes.
Okay. We move on to ordinances on first reading. Ordinance 2494-16, an ordinance authorizing special emergency appropriation pursuant to NJSA 40A:40-53 for severance liabilities resulting from accrued leave in connection with the layoff or retirement of employees.
So moved.
Is there a motion to, oh, you made it? Motion?
Second.
Yes.
Thank you. Hold on. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Kukoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Cirillo?
Yes. Anyone have any comments on this ordinance?
No.
Seeing none, Madam Clerk, 95.
Ordinance 2495-16, an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Section 11.6 of the revised general ordinances, e-cigarette licensing. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Kukoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Cirillo?
Yes. Any comments on 2495-16?
Yes.
Yes, Councilwoman?
I didn't get a red line, and I didn't have time to look it up. What is, what's being changed here? They're just the
penalties.
fine. What was it?
Are you listening?
I don't have a copy of the ordinance redlined or otherwise, but I believe it's simply tying the e-cigarette licensing penalties to the standard penalty clause that applies to, in general, to all penalties in a municipality. Yeah, I mean, there is a general penalty clause in NJSA 40:49-5. I think it was created back in the 1950s. It's periodically updated to increase the fines to reflect inflation, basically.
Okay.
And this just ties the cigarette ordinance, the penalties for it, to this general ordinance.
Only because we just.
I don't know why
did
they
this
didn't do it in the beginning.
Yeah,
but
I guess that's my question, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's like somebody forgot, somebody didn't think about it. I don't know.
Right, just
No
a built-in kicker, that's all.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anybody else?
No.
Okay. Madam Clerk, pending matters?
Pending matters, new matters, council discussion.
Sure. Councilman Kukoviac, you had a few items?
Yes, thank you. As I said, my laptop has died, so I'm really without a lot of documentation and notes, so I apologize.
Let's start with, there was the first issue, right? It depends on which one you want to start. The first one was the question on whether you would like to introduce a resolution, I guess directing the administration to issue periodic reports from the redevelopment construction.
Yeah.
I don't know if there was more.
We've discussed this before. As you recall, at the August 6th council meeting, we had an extensive discussion. It took about, I think, 40 minutes or so. And at the end, Councilwoman Castellino suggested that, asked Mr. Sayers if he would go to the redeveloper and ask for...
Excuse me, I think we should wait till Jack comes back, because I know he has been meeting with them regularly, and he's not here.
So where did he go?
You're going to have to
I don't
repeat
know that
yourself.
we need them here for that. I mean,
No? Okay.
I don't.
You can answer a question?
Yeah, I think legal counsel has been very active, too, in helping
I
us.
spoke to them today because I happened to be in his office when they called.
Okay, all right. Councilman Kukovic, the other issue was rules of the council. You want to codify the ability to be able to speak on first reading?
Yes, of an ordinance. And again, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find some of my notes. Basically, this came up several council meetings ago when Councilwoman Casalino seconded my motion to introduce the Senior Citizens Advisory Board. She wanted to ask some questions. You did not allow that to happen from the floor, and she wound up voting against it. Sure. And this is an issue that has come up periodically since I've been on the council, where sometimes on a first reading of an ordinance, we don't do much besides just approve it and move it on to second reading. I think it's come up sometimes that it's helpful to the council and perhaps to the residents if we have the discussion of the ordinance before the first reading vote, especially if there are questions that somebody has. So what I'm suggesting to do is amend the council, the rules of the council ordinance, as we did, I guess, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago, to specify that when an ordinance comes up for first reading, we can discuss it and we can talk about it and we can describe the ordinance to the audience before a vote is taken. That way we won't be in the situation, if it ever happens, that we don't approve an ordinance on first reading and everybody goes, well, why not? What was it? And nobody knows because we wouldn't discuss it. So that's what I'm proposing is to just change some of the language, actually add a bit of language to Section 3-17.3, enactment of ordinance.
Yeah, in our position, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, through you, Council President, I don't, we spoke about this at the last meeting. I mean, it initially came up in an earlier meeting, and
numerous times.
Council President, you didn't want to talk about the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee or board at that time because it was on first reading, if I recall correctly.
It wasn't about the policy. It was about the process, correct.
Okay, so it's always been the law, as I explained in detail at the last meeting, that you can talk on first reading. You can discuss an ordinance on first reading. There's nothing to stop that. We ordinarily don't do it because most ordinances are routine ordinances that don't need discussion at that point. They're presented by the administration. Very few ordinances are presented by council members. Council members generally don't participate in policy making. It's a legislative body, and under the Faulkner Act, the mayor is charged with initiating policy. It's not to say that the council can't initiate policy, it just doesn't happen very often. So I don't see the need for this language to put it into the council rules. As I explained the last time, the council rules, in my view, really should be done by resolution. Another good example occurring tonight when you're talking about the meeting schedule. And it changes from time to time. We sometimes don't have a meeting. It's not a big deal when you don't follow ordinances that deal with council rules. At any given meeting, you can vote to suspend the rules and to proceed in a different fashion. So it makes more sense to me to have that kind of stuff in a resolution. Here, there's under the law currently, you can speak at first reading, at introduction on first reading, about whatever the topic is. So there's no need to codify it. It's already the law.
We could have spoken that.
It's already proper procedure. And I just don't see the point of filling up a book that's already way too thick with things that probably sometimes aren't any longer proper according to statute and so forth. It just doesn't make any sense. You know, and something like this, frankly, I wrote something out today. At the council's discretion, ordinances on first reading, either before or after a motion and vote to introduce, may be discussed by council members. The decision to discuss or not to discuss, and any limitations on discussion, shall be subject to majority vote of the council, which is the way it should always work. And if you wanted to put this in big bold letters and put it on a sheet and put plastic around it and keep it by the council president's, chair, you could do that. But it's really not necessary because it's just the law. So why make a change?
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. And I guess it'll come down, Councilman, a question of whether or not my colleagues in favor of codifying your proposal? And I don't know if anyone wants to speak to that.
I don't think it's, thank you, I don't think it's necessary to codify anything because it's not even clear. There really isn't anything in there to amend. We're adding language to something that's unnecessary. And Joe, you and I agree with this. I think we all agree. It's just been the protocol that we don't discuss it, but there's no common sense there. But to me, we should discuss things. Particularly like with the e-cigarettes, I still think of that. Like it came up, like I wanted a full-blown discussion before it comes down to a vote. I think that often when we read, we have the legislative history, make phone calls and whatever we need to do before we get to a vote. But if that constructive discussion can happen before, then we can amend it before we actually read it, so it doesn't have to either be tabled or postponed. So it just makes sense to me to discuss it on first reading, but there's nothing in here that says we can't.
Yeah.
We've just been following that because it's protocol.
And I don't have a problem with that,
It's
I was just
really-
following protocol.
It's not going to happen very often because for the most part, our ordinances are routine.
Like to ones
But
tonight.
if there's something that's not routine, even if it's offered by the administration, in my view, you should talk about it, because then if there's to be language changes, we can deal with them that very night
That's my point.
and get it on the next agenda for introduction on first reading with the revised language, rather than waiting an extra 2 weeks to go through that process. It makes no sense to me.
Exactly right.
Again, doesn't happen very often, but sometimes it does. So,
Councilwoman?
Does it make sense to have that discussion in conference agenda?
No, well,
About an
I think we
ordinance?
did, well,
depends.
so tonight, we had discussion on the first readings, and as long as we continue with that process, I'm fine with not going further to change it, but as long as we continue with that process, because I don't want a repeat of what happened the last time, because we could have had a discussion. So if we're all in agreement to discuss on first reading, then we discuss. But you're saying, but you
My
could,
impression was, in the September meeting when this issue first came up, and the ordinance regarding the Senior Citizen Advisory Board was on the agenda, my impression was that the council president was not aware of this law or the propriety of this practice.
That's correct.
Because you had indicated, as I recall, that, we've been doing, you didn't want to set a precedent.
Right.
And we've been doing it the same way forever.
Right.
And so what I wanted to try to point out with you, and maybe argue with you, but I really wasn't able to at the time, that wasn't the case. But, so I want to make, as long as you understand that's the case.
Absolutely.
So, okay.
Council President?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm looking at Karen's notes here because she has a script of our meetings, and it's really just a sentence that can change on this, because on first reading, let me find it. It says, right, the clerk reads the title. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading? That's on first reading, and then she takes our roll call. But on second and final reading, is there a motion to introduce, take a roll call, and then the council president asks, is there anyone that wishes to be heard on this? So we ask the, right, yeah, it would be the public, but
No,
that
no,
would
you
be
can't have
for
public.
us.
But I
Yeah,
want to
that's
make
different.
I'm not
clear-
saying for the public, but for us to
Yeah.
discuss.
Right.
So it's one sentence that could be inserted.
You don't even, I mean, that's
You
just
know.
for me to.
You don't have to
yes.
insert anything. It's
Yeah.
the law. It's the
Yeah,
way it
no,
is
it's-
now, the way it always has been.
I just meant to Michelle's point, because then we would follow the same policy. If the question's there, you're being asked the question, do you have anything to discuss
because to
upon
go
introduction?
back in my first year here, there have been occasion where you
Mm-hmm.
allowed discussion on first reading.
Sure.
And so that's not often, maybe once or twice. And so that's why I was under the impression we would have been able to do that. So I would like to make sure that we're all in agreement that this is the way we're going to proceed.
I think, my view is, it's something that should be discouraged with a routine ordinance, but encouraged with anything that's at all controversial or.
Don't do that.
So,
It's
my-
either in or
No,
you're
well,
out.
that's just it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I think
We don't wanna
Karen
go
can
through
just
this exercise
introduce
again.
that sentence
Right.
or a question.
Well,
on the
I think
agenda.
on amended ordinance as well, when there's red line, I think it's always healthy to let the public know that, you know, the change as
We've
well.
always asked
Yeah.
for red line. That's a whole
Yeah.
different subject.
Councilman Kukoviac, anything?
Yes.
The purpose on introduction doesn't really deal with letting the public know. They're put on notice by the
Yeah.
reading of title. The purpose is if you folks have an issue to deal with,
To deal
then
with
it's
it then.
appropriate to discuss
Okay.
it at that time, because maybe we can resolve the issue at that meeting instead of waiting until it's
Yeah.
on for second reading.
I absolutely
It just saves.
agree.
Okay, so that's the.
Councilman Kukoviac?
My thinking is that the municipal code is there because our town mothers and fathers decided that this is the way we should go, consonant with the law, and they decided to have a separate ordinance for rules of the council. And I find it extremely helpful, because the code is online, to always just go there and see, here's what our ordinances allow and here's what they don't allow. And that's why I'm suggesting an ordinance, so that you can always find it. It's online. Resolutions, we do a ton more resolutions, and we don't put them on, we don't keep them online. And it's much harder to search our resolutions than it is our code. And I just think the default should be, as Mr. Kaiser is saying, I think what he said, it made a lot of sense. I'd like to just look at it in writing to make sure I agree. But to always have as the default that we can have that discussion if we need to. And I don't think...
But here's the problem with putting stuff like that in the code. There's stuff in the code that's not legal, that's contrary to statute. And statute trumps codes every day, all the time. You know, you talk about the town fathers. This is just some council back in 1972 or whatever it was, represented by some lawyer who may not have been a great municipal lawyer, I don't know, but there's stuff in there that is misleading or incorrect sometimes. That's not a good thing. There's no need to restate statutory law in an ordinance. In fact, it's where confusion can arise. There's some discrepancy between the two. You know, you shouldn't have to go to two books to resolve one problem. So that's why I have a problem with this, because so often in preparing an ordinance, somebody uses language that's a little bit different than the statute, then you got a problem. And I'd rather rely on the Faulkner Act, frankly, and on general law that's passed by the state legislature, which governs us and trumps ordinances, than repeat things in ordinances that's not necessary. There are times when a statute is an enabling statute, it's not self-executing, and it requires municipalities that want to enact things pursuant to it to then create an ordinance. But this is not one of those things. So,
Well, I understand the concept of statutory trumps ordinances. When I went to look at the statute, the state statute, it didn't say anything about this specific thing about allowing discussion before there's a second.
and it doesn't have to. So that's...
Right. It may not have to, but you're seeing up here examples of confusion about what we can and what we can't do. And
Can
so
we just clarify that?
that's the whole purpose, is to just clarify that.
You know, the reason I'm here is to try to help with
Give
that
us
kind of
advice,
stuff.
right.
And I can make mistakes as well as anybody, but, you know, it's why I tried to speak up at the September meeting to let you know that, you know, I don't care about precedent. It's okay to do it under the law. For whatever reason that night you didn't want to do it. And I'm not going to...
I'm very conservative.
I'm not going to, you know, I'm not going to publicly criticize the council president or, you know, I mean, I'm not going to fight about it. But if somebody had given me the chance to explain this then, I would have done so. And
Yes, Councilwoman?
Thank you. At this point, the reason we're right here at this point in time is because the clerk added to our agenda matters pending. That hasn't been on our agenda for 3 years, 4 years. So my suggestion or recommendation would be the clerk does the same thing. When we introduce an ordinance, you're asked if you have a question at that same time. Just taking the same language from second reading, adding it to the first reading for if anyone has a question at that point. And then if there's any language, anything constructed that needs to be changed, the wordsmithing can happen, see if it's materially different or not, and then add it to second reading. I think it's just a simple...
To try to cut this off, you know, you guys have the right, I mean, if there's a majority vote in favor of Councilman Kukoviac's proposal, then I will prepare language and we can, you know.
So what's going to happen is, if the councilman is interested, he would make a he would make a motion to introduce an ordinance to be drafted by council, which would codify the rules of the council, or would amend the rules of the council to include that change. Would you like to make that motion?
Yeah, if people are going to support it, the whole purpose, I think, of discussing this in matters pending is so that we can get a sense that whether we should move forward to try to fix that something, or if people are just all against it.
That's correct.
So again, you're right. I mean, if the motion is made and the motion passes, I will draft language and distribute it to everybody, and if everybody agrees with it, fine. I just don't see the need for it in a situation like this. To me, it's not a good idea. You may disagree. I'm not an elected official. You folks are. You have to, you know, make your own decisions.
Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, so I move that we move forward with trying to come up with language to amend the ordinance.
I'll second it. I'm not going to fight over this one. This is simple. I think we're all in agreement on how we want to proceed. So you want it in writing, that's fine by me.
Take a vote.
Councilwoman Casalino?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
No.
Councilman Kukoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
No.
Council President Cirilo?
No.
The motion failed.
But we're still at the same place.
Right, so that's why I would make my recommendation again to add one sentence to the clerk's agenda so that the policy can be followed, because we don't want to lose sight of that.
Right,
So if
but the
she's going to
council
ask the
will-
question to all of us to discuss it on first reading, the policy is in place.
Well, one of us is going to be council president in the future, so...
Right, so I'll know to
you'll
ask the
know.
council members.
Just like you
do
added
you have
matters
any?
pending.
Right, do you have any?
Councilman Kukoviac, the second item.
Yeah, I just want to say, Councilwoman McCartney, I think that's an excellent solution. Very efficient. So.
I already added it to my notes.
Okay. With respect to the other issue, and I don't want to steal anybody's thunder here, I did respond with about a page-and-a-half memo to everybody. I did not care for the language that was in the resolution because it went into a lot of historical detail that's just not necessary and can create confusion. We're not going to fact-check that kind of language to determine if it's accurate or not. It doesn't make any sense. There was some incorrect language in there, suggestions that there was some conflict in the redevelopment agreement, which does not exist. And I explained why under rules of contractual construction, interpretation. To me, it's consistent. If the council wants to request of the mayor that he does something with respect to, the redevelopment agreement, the council can do that. It's not the council's function to manage contracts or to enforce contracts. That under the Faulkner Act is a responsibility of the mayor. I'm not sure what you're going to do with the information once you get it, but I think you have the right to ask for it. And if you want to ask for it, what I suggest is you decide what what information you want from the developer by way of a progress report. We can just list those items. I can put a perfunctory whereas clause or two in front of it, and it then gets passed, and it's before the mayor, and the mayor has to decide what he's going to do with it.
That was actually what I was trying to do, was to try to bring some clarity or some closure to this issue in the redevelopment agreement, which provides for construction progress reports. And we talked about it extensively at the August meeting, and if I had my notes, I could show you directly, but Councilwoman Casalino came up with the idea that everybody in the council seemed to want more information than we were getting on a daily basis at the council meeting about construction progress. And I was arguing that I was arguing for my interpretation of Section 4.3b, and Councilwoman Casalino tried to come up, I think, with a compromise, and asked Mr. Sayers to go speak with the redeveloper to find out what information we could get, and then to come back to the council. And I don't believe that's ever happened. This is the fourth meeting since then. So
Mr. Sayers, what, you we meet, I'm sorry, it's so late. You meet weekly with the redeveloper, correct?
Just about.
Okay, so discussions, where are we at with the project?
You want to talk about where we're at with the project?
Well,
No, that's not what this is about.
I'm sorry,
Going back and
with
forth.
getting some
Personally,
kind of
I
report.
disagree with this whole thing, because as far as I'm concerned, the administration under this form of government makes a decision. The mayor has made a decision. Now, this is the way I see it, and Mr. Kaiser and I have a little bit of a difference on this. Now you're saying that the council is going to pass a resolution because you don't like what the mayor's decision is. That's not how this government works, and that's not how it's supposed to work. So that every time the mayor makes a decision and no one likes his decision, you're going to pass a resolution to circumvent that decision. That's not what this government, that's not how this government works. The administration runs the administration, the legislative branch, and I say this all the time, is the legislative body. Okay? So when the mayor makes this decision and you want to pass a piece of legislation that circumvents his decision, I don't think that that's proper. That's my opinion, and that's my opinion. And Mr. Kaiser and I have a little bit of a difference on that, but
yes,
that's my opinion about it.
And you've made it perfectly clear.
No, really.
From my perspective, what we're doing is something that's allowed under the ordinance and allowed under the statute, under the Faulkner Act, which is for the council to express an opinion on a subject. And if that's sort of where I'm coming from, and where I think Councilwoman Casalino was coming from, was to try to get this information as it is in the redevelopment agreement. And I think this is the first time since I've been on the council for 6 years where anyone has even suggested that we should express our opinion on an action or lack of action by the administration. So I think we're all...
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
This is the first time since I've been on the council that we've even contemplating expressing, and I'm not even sure we're contemplating at this point, but I'm contemplating expressing our opinion to the mayor, not trying to force him to do anything, but simply expressing to him our opinion that we would like him to do this and we think it would be valuable.
But I'm telling you how I think it should be done. Somebody should make a motion that we should vote as a council to tell the mayor that we want to get papers from the redeveloper and have a vote.
That's where we are. That's exactly where we are.
But you're saying you want to do it in a resolution. You don't, again, to go back to what you said about the, you don't.
Well, no, I didn't say
Whether you do it in a
resolution.
resolution or a letter, it doesn't make any difference. You don't have to do a resolution, you can do a letter. But if the council wants information, it can request it from the administration, plain and simple.
You're absolutely correct, and I don't disagree with you. I'm telling you that legislatively, to pass a resolution to do that is improper. What would happen if we promoted somebody? And let me finish.
Okay.
What would happen if we promoted somebody and people on this council didn't like the promotion? Then they're going to pass a resolution to say we don't want the mayor to make this promotion because that was the mayor's
That's
decision.
the precedent that would be set. Yes, I agree with you.
I think
The way I saw it, there's a resolution being requested.
So-
Instead of having a vote amongst the council members to say, we're voting to have the mayor.
No, the recommendation.
Oh, okay, all right, let me ask the council, the
Can
author.
I ask a question?
Before we do that, let me ask the author a question. To the author, Councilman Kukoviac, are you interested in a resolution? Are you interested in a letter? Are you interested in, what would be the best format? Are you, explain, so that we can consider that?
The vehicle is not important, and you're not it's not a council opinion that's being expressed.
I disagree. It has ramifications, Mr. Kaiser.
I don't know what anybody wants here.
That's why I'm asking
And
the author.
if you can't figure it out, then, you know, it's,
I'm asking the author so that we can consider it as a body.
Yeah, I don't really care about the vehicle. I just looked in the ordinance and the Faulkner Act, and it said we can express our opinion. And obviously we can't pass a resolution or even an ordinance to make the mayor do something that we want to do, where we all are agreeing he doesn't have to do what we want him to do, if we want him to do it. It's very clear, he's the administration, the Faulkner Act gives him all this power and for the redevelopment. So it's not like we're trying to tell him to do something, we're trying to tell him that we would like him to do this.
Yes, we're trying to tell him to do something.
Well, Councilor.
We're asking him respectfully to consider doing this for us if we all agree that we think this is important for us and for the
Before I
town.
entertain the question, so what would you like to propose to the council, to your colleagues?
I would essentially like to say there's a provision in the redevelopment agreement that says specifically what a written construction progress report should be, and we'd just like him to request that and to get that information.
Okay, so if you were to make a motion, you would like to draft a letter for the council to
It doesn't really
sign off on a letter?
I think it should be in writing just so it'd be clear what we're saying and what we're not saying.
Okay,
or at
can
least
you make
clearer.
that motion so that we can talk on that motion?
Okay, yeah, then I move that we
I don't need.
I move that we respectfully ask the mayor to consider requesting a written construction progress report as detailed, as provided for in the redevelopment agreement for
Do I hear a second?
4.3b.
I wasn't ready
Do you
to
really
vote
like to
because I was.
speak on
I had
this?
my
Yeah, I had
hand
a
up.
few
Yeah,
questions.
I
Okay,
wasn't
why
ready
don't
to
you,
vote.
let's speak
I
on
had
the
my hand up
motion. There's
for
a
a while.
motion on the floor. Let's speak on the
I mean,
motion.
I raised the first question. What are you going to do with it when you get it?
The mayor?
What are you going to do with the information if you get it?
Oh, I'm not in favor of it. So that's not a question for me.
What I'm
Can I-
suggesting
can I
is that
sim-
ought to be your
Can I
first
simplify this?
question.
No, well, we want to stay focused. Okay, let's stay focused.
We're beyond that.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor, and there's questions. Let's talk about the questions. Who has well, you haven't
I
gotten a
did
chance.
have, not about this motion, though.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
That's why I think we
I mean,
jumped
it's
the
about the
gun with the
motion,
motion.
but when we had the discussion back then, it is about the motion, it's not about voting. It's, when we had this discussion, Jack, we know that you speak to them regularly. All we're asking for is information. And it doesn't, you're the vehicle. A letter's not a vehicle, a resolution's not a vehicle. You are the vehicle because you are the one that meet with them. So, and we've had this discussion, that even if you could ask the project manager for a timeline, a construction timeline, and just tell us that they're meeting the timeline. You know, are the stairs in, is the elevator in, whatever the construction they're doing, that's all we're asking for. It doesn't have to be a written report. It has to be a discussion, like minutes taken, because I know that you're meeting with him. And then we just want that information relayed to us. Because, yeah, we know that there's a lot of work going on. You can just drive by and see it. But from the project manager, what's actually going on the site? That's really all we're asking. This shouldn't be this full-blown discussion about resolutions and ordinances. It's a simple request that we're looking for additional information on the timeline of that project. That's all.
And
Yeah, you're next. Anything else?
Right? No, that's all. This is too full-blown. Yeah.
Okay, Council?
I concur, because I thought we were going to go in that direction. I mean, for example, today, you know, the exterior painting's done. I drive by it every morning. Framework, second staircase is going in on the parking deck. You know, every meeting we should have an updated report orally, which is fine. And that's where I thought we were going.
Even the fact that we...
Which I try to do every meeting. I tell you what they tell me and what's going on in the project.
Well, I guess we need it, I think it needs to be in
something
the
that-
conference agenda, and I think it needs to be, because we skipped over it today, we didn't have it, you know? so I
No,
think-
because you know what came up about the historic preservation meeting with them? I know you had a meeting with them. I know Mr. Diaz was there. I want information on that. I want to know what happened at that meeting, because it came before us at the lectern and spell all that out.
Could it be a simple
How was it
putting it in the
resolved? Right.
conference agenda
It's
that
just information,
we just
Jack.
hit it right in the beginning of the meeting, and then we move on? I mean, it shouldn't be this difficult.
Councilman Kukovic?
I'll just say this once, I promise, just once, and I won't bring it up again.
Just once.
The language is in the redevelopment agreement for some reason. And here's what it says. At each progress meeting and at other such times as may be reasonably requested by the township, the redeveloper shall submit to the township a detailed written progress report which shall include, among other things, a description of activities completed, milestones achieved, status of the Phase 1 project with respect to the construction schedule, activities to be undertaken prior to the next regularly scheduled progress report, and any unanticipated problems or delays, and the explanation therefore. And then it goes on, if the redeveloper fails to meet a milestone or completion date set out in the construction schedule and is notified of same in writing by the township, or if the redeveloper conclusively determines between progress meetings that it will fail to meet a milestone or completion date, blah, blah, blah. So that language is in there for a reason.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't vote to approve this, so I can't claim that I should have known what this was, but I did notice it, and I actually took comfort in the fact that it was there, because I thought we as a council could get more information about how the construction is going and whether there are any problems arising. And if you got to put it in, writing, it's likely to be more factual than not. That's all. So I just wanted to do that.
Well, is it discretionary?
That's where the argument is.
That's
where the argument is.
Yes.
And I'm not going to argue about that because I'm not going to win that.
Council
President, I'm going to make another recommendation that the municipal clerk on her agenda, after matters pending, puts redevelopment. And Jack, a redevelopment update, and you can give us a redevelopment update.
You've asked me about this project,
No.
and I have not told you, then why are we having this discussion? That's what's bothering me. Why are we still having this discussion? Every time I come here, the councilman asks me about redevelopment, and I give you the information that I have. What's the difference if I give you that information, or if somebody writes out a piece of paper in 3 sentences and says that's what they're doing for this week? That's number one. Number two, if you read what the councilman just read, it says, if the township requests, number one. Number two, it also says that you shouldn't have any written reports more than quarterly, I think it says. So that's every 3 months. So you get less than you'd be getting now by me coming in here every 2 weeks and telling you what's going on with the project. I don't understand this. I really do not understand this. I really don't. Because I cannot, even if we enforce that, we can't require them to give us a report for any more than every 3 months.
So again, conference agenda, beginning of our conference agenda, or at the end, just give us your weekly, your update. You're right.
Do I do that now?
No, you do when we ask, but I think this way we don't miss a week. Yeah.
The councilman, he'll tell you, he sends me one every meeting and asks me every meeting to come in and talk about redevelopment. And I come in and talk about what I've talked about with the construction matter.
Good. We'll put it on the agenda to make sure we talk about it.
Put it on the agenda. Go ahead, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
But the councilman asks the question every councilman.
And could I just ask a question? If there is a delay for any reason, you'll notify us.
I told you. When I came in, they told me public service delayed for 3 months, and they've actually picked that back up now over the last 2 months. But during the
That was a 5-week setback. That happened over the summer. There was a 5-week setback because of public service.
I explained that to you.
All right.
Did the project slow down? No. They're right back to where they should be.
I got to tell you, okay, let me take the floor. I was in a construction meeting this afternoon, 1:30 in the afternoon. $9 million in construction. We talked about dish holders. We talked about grease pans. We talked about change orders. It's just stuff that I don't know how relevant it is to this body, and it was a one-page agenda. It didn't tell me anything with regards to what the progress is. We already know what that construction schedule is like, so we know where it's headed. At construction meetings and progress meetings, they just talk about any change orders, any potential issues, and it's just an agenda. That's all I get. And that's sufficient to have a conversation with the architect, with the redeveloper, and with the contractor. I don't know how useful that is to us. I mean, if you find it useful, fine. But why don't we do this? Why don't we have a section in the conference agenda that says redevelopment update? and we'll go through the same exercise, what we've been doing. Just,
I just added a section.
it's too far down. Put it on, let's put it on the
It's good
conference
for the,
agenda.
because the public's here in the beginning of the
Council
meeting, so
President,
they could be here
If
for
I
that.
can, I mean, a couple of you have expressed concern about if there's going to be a delay. The one affirmative duty that the redeveloper has to report is if there's going to be a delay.
Yeah. Mhm.
So, again, and that's without anybody asking.
And we could still go to the site. I would be happy to go to the
By the
site.
way,
I would be happy to go there and take notes.
They have
Report
said
back.
anyone can go to site anytime they want, and
Uh-huh.
only one person is taking advantage of that.
And I will go back.
I think it's several.
I will go back. Yep.
Did you go through the building?
Yeah.
Hard hat.
So anybody who wants to do it and see what the progress is and where they're at and where they're going, that guy will make himself available at any time, because anytime I call him, he calls me right back and meets me at the site. If there's anything that anybody
Yeah, right. I want to go to the
see
penthouse.
any direction to go.
I'll call you tomorrow, Jack.
Susan missed it today. By a couple of minutes.
I know. Called too
Great,
late.
thank you all.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Yes.
I need to go home.
All in favor?
The meeting is adjourned.
Lord.